So we're going to get started in about a minute or two, so if I could get everyone to their seats. We've got a busy agenda today. Good morning, everyone. I will call the meeting to order. Welcome to the August 20th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nations. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for August 27th is 12 o'clock noon on Monday, August 25th. So, approval of the public agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? Add the registered list of delegations and delegation Mark Lear, Cathedral Village Community Association, Regina Sask, to item EX 2575, Cathedral Village Community Association storage lease. If someone move the agenda, Councillor Bizo. I will call the question. Is anyone opposed? Okay. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on July 23rd, 2025? Councillor Flores? Are there anyone opposed? Okay. Okay, so next we have the administration reports and the delegations related to EX 2571. I'd like to call upon Delegation Keegan Mongrand. Okay. Please, yeah, just right there. It's perfect. Just right. So the delegation booth here, there's a chair you can choose. Yeah, sorry, should add those to the instructions. So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself to the record. Welcome for being here. If you're representing an organization, if applicable, where you live, and then you'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, in which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have to you. I'll do the timer for 5 minutes, and I'll try and give you a heads up at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay, and you can start whenever you would like.
Can everyone hear me? Thank you. Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking a few minutes out of your day to listen. My name is Keegan Mongrand. I'm the CEO of Peepeekisis Developments Limited, the economic arm for Peepeekisis Cree Nation. I'm just here to quickly speak on our nation and the service agreement here. Our nation is located roughly an hour and 10 minutes northeast of the city here. We have over 4,000 members spread across Canada here. 80% of them actually live off a reserve. 600 of them, including myself, call Regina home here. a big priority of our nation is economic development. We're really spearheading that and putting a lot of time and effort into ECDev. A few years ago, we were able to purchase the Temple Garden Mineral Spa in Moose Jaw. And a little over a year ago, we purchased a little slice of heaven in the warehouse district, in a decent-sized warehouse. From there, once we took ownership, we quickly moved and renovated the property into an urban warehouse where a lot of our Regina membership come, and we offer different services for our people, whether it be AA meetings or Cree classes or beading or so on and so forth. So, because our membership stressed that they needed a place in Regina that they would be welcomed and called home and Peepeekisis. So our leadership identified that it's the time that we come to Regina and we purchase the property, and we feel very settled in and we feel welcomed and at home, and this is a place that we want to continue to further help develop and continue to make this city great. And so we started the ATR, the addition to reserve process here, and we're moving very quickly on it. And it's a very special thing here. It allows us to grow our roots right here in this city here. So we're very excited about this process. We're very excited to future discussions with the city and seeing if there's any way that our nation could help participate and help out wherever be needed in that. And so we're very excited to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Do any of the members have questions for the delegation? Okay, I'll ask you some questions then.
Sure.
Oh, Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks for coming today. I appreciate your words. Familiar with the properties and truly appreciate the sentiment between your nation and the city of Regina. I look forward to the partnership. I just have one question. You mentioned your nation is interested in economic development. Knowing some of the previous old owners of this property, it has been an investment property over the years. If your nation decided to treat it as an investment property and sell it at a later date, how would that affect the reserve status of that property if it was sold to a non-treaty entity? Through the chair.
So once a property turns over into reserve status, it's in order to sell it, you have to reverse the process and turn it back into fee simple land. So this process right here, you really create technically a permanent solution. Hey? Once it goes into Peepeekisis Cree Nation land, then what we're saying is that we're here for the long run and we won't be selling the property for
totally
a very
understood.
long time. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Just with your words of economic development and everything else, I thought that might be a business plan you guys were implementing. So I was just curious if that would ever be a possibility, but appreciate your answer and I appreciate the proposal.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We are looking at purchasing more property within Regina and hopefully, retrofitting and turning into retail and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and presenting. We will now consider item EX 2571, Peepeekisis Cree Nation Municipal Services and Compatibility Agreement, 1212, 1220, and 2050 Scar Street. Can I have Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden please introduce the report?
Good morning, and thank you through the chair. This morning, this report before you is representing Peepeekisis Cree Nation and their initiating the process to apply to the federal government to turn the above noted parcels into federal land. As part of this process, the federal government requires a City Council approved Municipal Services and Compatibility Agreement between the two parties, which addresses compensation for the City of Regina services, which are equal to the municipal and library property taxes that would have been levied. By approving this report, City Council is supporting Peepeekisis Cree Nation's desire to develop on their property within city limits. And we're here to answer any questions you may have on this report.
Can I have someone move this report? Mayor Chad Brzezinski, would you like to speak on this report? No? Any questions from members on the report? Oh. Okay, would you like to close? Oh, now, okay. Councillor Rasevich? That's okay. I'll just remind you to get your time in before time's up, but if you would like to speak, go ahead. Yeah.
How many of these urban reserves do we have in the city?
Thank you for that question through the chair. I believe we have 7 established and 1 in process.
7, okay. That's a scissors. Yeah. So they still pay, I mean, I read in the report, they still pay library taxes and what was the other one?
Through the chair, the establishment of the agreement sets it up so that they will pay the municipal and library tax. And this is or an equivalent to what municipal and library taxes would calculate to on the assessment of the land.
Okay, but they don't pay education taxes.
Thank you through the chair. So they, in most cases, the reserves, the nation set up agreements separately with the province for education tax. A similar type of approach as what they do for the city, but that does not flow through the city.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, would you like to close the report, Mayor Chad? All good. Okay. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried with all members present voting in favor.
Perfect. We'll be moving on to EX 2575. And first off with our delegation, I would like to call upon Delegation Mark Lear. Perfect. As you're coming down, I'll just give you the instructions. It will be to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have to you. I will try to give you a warning when you have a minute or 30 seconds left. Any questions? All right, you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Mark Lear, and I live at 2730 Victoria, just up the street, and I am representing the Cathedral Village Community Association as a board member today. So again, good morning to your worship and you fellow worshipers. It's very special thanks to Jamie Scott, who has been representing our efforts through the city. He's a coordinator in the park department and has helped us greatly with this matter. So thank you for the consideration of this. It's probably one of the smaller things you're going to have to deal with this year. We're looking for permission to build a small shed at the Les Sherman Park, right next to the Neil Balkwell Center. So for about 40 years, we had been, I don't want to use the term squatting, but the city had allowed us to use the old hockey shack that existed at Holy Rosary Park, which was actually on the Holy Rosary land. And when that was sold to the Archdiocese, that was demolished. So we've been using the Arts Festival Executive Director's full garage, about a quarter of my basement, and one other community garage to store all of our needs that we have for storage for our programs and activities. A quick list of these: of course, the Arts Festival, Taste of Cathedral, our rummage sale, our Christmas craft sale, community garden, the Cathedral Forest, our zone board and city recreation programming, other initiatives we have to better the community, such as community cleanup. And more recently, we've been very pleased to be working with the YWCA to integrate them into our activities, including the Arts Festival. So the loss of the shack was a big impact for us, and we certainly appreciate the ongoing support of the city in all of our programming. And this new storage space will allow us to basically operate more efficiently, lower our reliance on community individuals, and to continue to serve the Cathedral Village and raise the availability of cultural and community events in Regina. And it's as simple as that, so just looking for your support.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I didn't even have to warn you. Do any of the members have any questions for the delegation? Okay. Seeing none, I want to thank you for your time and thank you for addressing the executive committee. I will ask that you please return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We will now consider item EX 2575, Cathedral Village Community Association Storage Lease. Can I have acting CFO Jeff May please introduce the report?
Thank you and good morning. Through the chair, the Cathedral Village Community Association is in need of a new space to store the items they use to provide community programming. Administration is proposing to provide a $1 land lease to the organization for land near the Neil Bockwell Civic Arts Center that will allow them to construct a small storage shed. When considering the lease of city-owned land, the standard procedure is for administration to ensure that the property is made publicly available and is leased at market value. In this case, the space is being provided at less than market value, and it is a direct lease located within parkland on non-dedicated land. Therefore, City Council approval is required for the Cities Act. The Cathedral Village Community Association is a nonprofit organization. They will be looking after all of the associated costs, including construction and maintenance. The association assists the city with providing programs that build recreational and cultural infrastructure, and they help grow the cathedral community and improve quality of life. With that, my team and I are willing to take on any questions.
Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak on it? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the information, all for the report. I only have one question because I'm interested in the level of bureaucracy within administration. Does this have to go through any permitting or planning or inspection for the shed plant, or is this just pretty simple, straightforward? They get this and they can put a really nice sturdy shed up and they're good to go. I'm just interested for understanding the level of bureaucracy we flow through.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, that would depend on the size of the shed, and it would still have to go through any other building standard or regulatory processes.
Okay.
As anybody else.
Okay. I get it. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, I have Councillor Stiglitz.
Madam Chair, I have a comment and a question, kind of following up on what Jason was talking about. The comment is, I don't want to be making these decisions at this level. And number two is, how do we avoid doing them in the future?
Okay. Acting City Solicitor.
Thank you. Through the chair. Unfortunately, this is a Cities Act requirement, so it's not something that we can delegate authority on.
How do we change the Cities Act?
You lobby the province. It's because it's parkland.
Yeah, I'm done.
Any further questions? Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to close? Okay. I will close off the debate and ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members present voting in favor. For the record, Councillor Burton and Councillor Fro are away from the meeting today.
All right, next item. We're moving on to EX 2573 and the delegations. So I will first call upon delegation, and I have to apologize in advance if I say anyone's names incorrectly. Feel free to correct me when you're up speaking. Kiki Dueck. Perfect. When you get up here, please introduce yourself for the record. Teach me how to say your name, the organization you're representing, if applicable, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll try and give you a minute warning or 30 seconds. And thank you so much for being here. It's really great to see youth involved.
Thank you.
So just start whenever you feel like.
My name is Kike Dueck. I live in Regina, in the Cathedral Village. I am 12 years old, and I really enjoy running long distance, mushrooms, trees, and birds. And I was recently on a canoe trip up north, although it rained, but that put out some fires, which makes me happy. Okay, I'm going to start. You've committed to this plan, which makes me happy, and I'm glad that you're concerned about the climate crisis. I expect you to make a genuine effort to reach the goals in your plan. You have the authority to act, so do it for the people of Regina. Of course, this is a challenge and might take a while, but it's still your responsibility. More than 60% of people in Regina support the goal of ensuring that the entire city, including private buildings and vehicles, will be powered by 100% renewable energy by 2050, while less than 25% oppose it. I'm a child, and the future that you're planning for the city, I hope to experience as an adult. The future will be my future, and so I want you to consider the effects of your inaction on the Regina Energy and Sustainability Framework. Article 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms entitled me to life, liberty, and security of the person. This includes a healthy environment. Therefore, you have the responsibility of providing me with a livable environment and a sustainable future. You've started working on your plan, but clearly you're way behind schedule. Now it's time to act, to effectively reduce emissions. You need to accelerate your efforts and really invest in this area. You're behind on targets, and you haven't even started nearly half of your 2025 to 2027 initiatives. You're falling short on your implementation of electric vehicles, not making progress in low-emission construction, and missing your targets for establishing net zero communities, and neglecting several other crucial areas. It's obvious that you're failing on your plan, but you haven't yet failed. More than 80% of Regina's residents support initiatives such as requiring new homes to be constructed with better insulation and windows, renovating city buildings to reduce energy consumption, and planning new neighborhoods that promote walking, cycling, and the use of public transit. These are good places to start, so do. I know it seems quite challenging to live up to the commitments you've set for yourself, but it's what's required. We need to stop climate change. As the leaders of this city, you have a responsibility to the people who live here. When I first learned about climate change, it seemed as if such a large issue, and like our governments weren't taking action. Through the Regina Energy and Sustainability Framework, the previous City Council gave me hope. Now it's up to you to actually enact and fund the policies set forth in this framework. I've read your plan. It's really amazing, and it makes me happy that you're taking action in a big way. But in multiple forms of government, I've seen amazing plans put forward, and the governments get the chance to enact them, and the funds, and they promise that they will. And then I watch these governments fail and don't enact the very plans that they act. They end up dropping plans and going back to what they say. Don't let this be you. I don't want to see you procrastinate, then go back and continuing to pollute the planet. I'm scared that we won't stop climate change, and I'm scared that a lot of governments aren't acting. I really want at least my municipal government to be able to take this problem as a serious problem. you've been starting taking action in a lot of things, but I don't want you to go back on that.
You have a minute left.
Again, you bought 20 electric buses, but now we're buying diesel buses back again. So far, it seems like you're on track. The track you're heading towards is to turn around and not meet the commitments in your plan. You're behind on a lot of things, and it doesn't seem like you'll meet your goals. But I know that you have the ability to. I want to be able to trust our council. I want to be able to believe that the council will actually enact the plan. I offer you my trust. Please don't break
30
it.
seconds.
That's done.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your speech. I see some questions for you already. Councillor Zakiniak.
Hi, Kike. Thanks for being here. I do have a few questions for you.
Of course.
I believe that you've spoken with other youth and other folks. Like, what have you heard from your conversations with others in relation to what you were discussing today? How do the folks that you interact with, how do they feel about what we should be doing in relation to our energy and sustainability framework? What have you heard?
A lot of youth feel powerless, and that's what I've figured out, because they feel like they can only take small steps because they feel like governments won't listen. And a lot of time that's real. I feel like a lot of the time the youth of today are worried, but don't know how to act because they're nervous that people won't take them seriously. And I found this is a real challenge. I think the youth of today are worried about their future, but are also worried that they don't have the power to make a difference.
Thank you. And then you talk about this concern about the future. Based on your research of the potential future, like what's at stake if we don't act?
If we don't act, there'll be massive famines and a lot of other giant problems, such as reduction of air quality and warming of the north and causing more forest fires, which are directly correlated to climate change. And I know that it seems like choosing the cheaper thing now is the best option, but really, it's causing you a lot of loss in the future.
Okay. And then what I heard in your recommendations for us is to follow our plan, like to actually, we're behind on the plan, we need to follow the plan. Is there anything else that you have in terms of a recommendation for us?
I think that it's important that you listen to that plan, but also that you continue to invest in other forms of renewable energy and make sure to make the city entirely net zero and help other businesses and communities become net zero and reduce their emissions.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming today. My words are not a lecture, they're an honest question. You seem very forlorn about the future, and I can understand that. With that, do you know that some of the investments the city's made in the recent past to change things? I just want to make sure that you're knowing we're trying. What are some that you are aware of?
I've seen that the city has been making progress on a lot of their initiatives, but a lot of these are smaller, and on some of the larger initiatives and the more important ones, I haven't seen much action. And I know that you're making investments into multiple different things. For example, I know that you bought 20 electric buses, but I now know that you're also going to be going and buying a lot more diesel buses as well.
In your words, you made me aware that you're aware of the emissions generated by building new compared to renovating or repairing. You believe in that philosophy?
Yeah.
When we look at the renewal of our fleet for diesel buses to electric buses, part of that renewal consists of maybe rebuilding and reconditioning to use longer and implementing diesel or electric at a slower pace to try to reduce costs. Do you think that's an innovative approach to try to control emissions both through manufacturing and try to get the most use out of something built already? Or do you think that's a letdown to our goals?
I think that that is a way to reduce emissions, but honestly, our action needs to be like now, and it needs to be big changes, not just small changes, because right now we've been contributing to the climate crisis for a long, long time. If we had acted earlier, then it possibly just these small changes could have been enough, but we need to make large, drastic changes now to make up for our past ignorance.
So whether a consumer or a large organization like the city, do you think it's wiser to use something and maintain it for its useful life, or to throw it away at an earlier stage and replace it, just to replace it? Because these are the type of decisions on big scales we face. So I'm just trying to understand the view of a younger person growing up with some of those reuse goals that I think you guys are learning out more than my generation did, through the chair.
Mm-hmm. And it makes sense to use a city bus until it doesn't make sense to use it anymore. But buying new diesel buses is really not living up to either of these. Like, I could understand if you were to replace each new city bus with an electric one, but like slowly as they decommissioned. But if you're buying new diesel buses to replace them, this will just elongate the life of diesel buses, contributing more carbon to the atmosphere.
So agreed. So a goal should be reuse and use of an asset first, and replace with a zero emission when available. But to throw away and replace just because isn't a step towards immediately. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. But sometimes even the emissions from keeping something longer, to replace it with something that has low emissions could actually make more sense.
Agreed. So analysis is important.
Yes.
Should we apply this to other things, like other assets, like buildings, and make this kind of a philosophy of our city as we go, to make sure that we properly maintain and use things and replace them smartly when we do? Would that be a good goal?
Mm-hmm. But I also want, when you consider which to buy and what you should use, you should take an approach that is not just on money or economics. You should also put in, you should put numbers on air pollution and other things like climate change and health benefits and the effects of climate change in the future on that. And when you add that, a lot of the time it's better to continue to add to electric and other renewable sources instead of continuing on coal and other powers like that.
So if I understand you, and I can say it in a shorter version, we should weigh our decisions on more than money. We've discovered things as we've grown as a humanity, and we should use our knowledge to make smart decisions and weigh them like that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Councillor Adams.
Here, I think I'm ready to elect you as councillor in short order. I'm not going to ask you a question regarding science and you know, whatever, but you can certainly go there if you wish. But why do you care so much? Why does this matter so much to you?
Because I want at least one of the governments, of where I am, I want at least one government to be taking action and real action. I really think it's important that I've had a lot of trouble getting through to a lot of forms of government, and it makes me sad because I feel like the adults of this world aren't taking this as seriously as they need to be. It's the future that I'm going to be living in, and I don't want it to be a catastrophe. I don't want turmoil in my future. I want to be able to live it with. I want to be able to define my own future. I don't want it to be like a giant catastrophe. I want a livable future, and I want opportunities like the ones that you received when you were younger. And if we continue to contribute to climate change, we won't receive those opportunities. That's why I think it's so important for us to act on climate change and now, because we don't have much more time left before we reach tipping points.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak asked you about your conversations with your friends and people that are in your circle, and certainly I imagine that they're around same age,
Yeah.
right? And so can you just, can you tell us a little bit about that and how they feel about that? Are they similar?
A lot of the times they're just worried that they won't get a say in what their future will be because they feel like they don't have time to grow up and take things slow because climate change is such a current worrying problem. And honestly, I feel like that as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Keep up the work, keep up being an advocate, and I want to see you sitting in one of these seats in about 10 years. All right, thank you.
Councillor Bizo, did you want to speak? You're okay? Is there any further questions? Okay. I guess thank you so much for your passion. Would you agree that when we know better, we need to do better?
Yes, definitely. When we have definitive proof that we need action now, inaction is just not, it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
And when we look to the way we did things in the past, it's not that people were doing things intentionally wrong. It's just done differently. And as the world is growing with your generation and up, would you agree that things change and technology changes?
Yeah. If we had always stayed on the technology we had, if we had kept right now we need to go through like a revolution to renewable energies if we want to stop climate change. And in the past we've always needed to change the way that we thought and the way that we acted, because otherwise we'd still be like cave people living in caves.
And when we know better, let's say we can do something 80% of the way, but we know that we have the tools to do something 100% of the way. Does it just feel like, why aren't we doing it properly?
Yeah, a lot of the time I see people take action, but then, like, they don't do all they can. Yeah, I totally agree. Because once you start taking action on something, you can't be just like, yeah, even if you haven't reached your target, you have to keep going until you reach your target and even exceed that.
And in that same philosophy, say you can make 95% of things okay, but if you get the other 5%, you can get 100%. Would that not be, like, if it's within reach?
It's totally important to, like, tackle all fronts. I totally understand that reasoning, and that makes sense.
And when you're looking at a counselor of considerably older people than you, and you see that our elected terms are maybe 3 years, is it frustrating that there's always this prize of 3 or 4 years ahead of you and you're not necessarily looking further? Is that frustrating to you when you're talking to all these levels of politics?
Like, they're just worried about getting elected for the next term so they can get elected for the next term. And that just goes on. And this causes people not to represent the people of Regina's best, like, wants and what they really need. But they're just hoping for what's, like, most, like, what will get them elected the next time. But really, we need to face the problems that we have right now for the people of Regina. Like, and I know that a lot of you, like, won't probably be alive when there's the most terrible part of climate change, but a lot of people in Regina will be. And so I want people to consider the future and do what's actually best for the people of Regina, instead of just looking at the short term, the term that you're elected in.
And then one last question. In the Regina you live in and you're proud of, do you want us to just be okay and status quo? Or do you want us to be a leader you can be proud of?
Yeah, I want you to lead. I feel like we have the ability to take action. We have the ability to show other municipalities how to take action on this problem and how it's important. And we can set a role model. We can be an example. But if we stay on this course, we're going to fall behind everyone else, and we're going to contribute to the climate crisis more and more, and it makes me just really almost angry that a lot of the time we don't act.
Well, I personally want to say thank you for coming and speaking up for your generation and being a future leader. It looks like Councillor Bizo does want to ask you some questions now, so I'm going to hand it over to him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming today. You had a lot of great points that you brought up, and I'd like to talk to you more about the renewable energy aspect. So what do you know about renewable energies?
That they're not based on something that will run out, but they can be continued, and a lot of the time they're the most direct route from the sun, or there's something that happens naturally and we don't have to. They're a resource that's given, that not something that we don't have to take from the earth, but it's just like that we receive a gift from the earth of these things, like sunlight and wind. We can use these, and the earth it's like giving them to us. But coal is hidden underground, natural gas is hidden underground. They're not giving that to us. Like, renewable energies are something that can be renewed over and over again, and they don't damage the planet.
What if we could grow something that you can use for energy? Would that work?
I'm not sure I understand.
Like if you can grow a plant that you can use for energy.
But that's still, where does the energy all start from? It's still the sun. And like growing a plant for energy can make sense in some situations, but it makes the most sense to go from the source of the energy. Like, humans need plants for food, but like getting energy from plants, like biofuels, that is a renewable energy, but there are more direct forms of capturing sunlight.
No, 100% agree. Do you know there's a biofuel plant around Regina getting built?
That's true.
Do you know there's one getting built right now?
Yeah.
Do you know how much that's worth?
No, I don't believe I've read into that much.
That's about $1 billion that went into technology for that plant. So that's a lot of money. So there's a lot of money being spent. So I would say the governments are doing a lot in this case to make sure we are using biofuels for the best of our abilities.
Yeah, I know that people are taking action on it. It's not like there's no action being taken, but again, we can do more. Like, a biofuel plant is a great way to use your money, but also you can continue on that. You could, install a wind farm, or continue with solar and continue to add on that. Like, once you've taken one action, that doesn't mean yes, you did an action, that's good, that's a step, but a step isn't a journey. That's the start of your journey towards net zero, but you can't just be yeah, we did this one action, now we're totally done for now. Oh, sorry. And that's it, but you need to continuously take more actions until you've completed and we've finished our initiative. It's great that we're doing stuff like that, but we need to do even more stuff like that, and we can continue on that path.
Yeah, I think we are continuing on that path. We do have some plans in place, and we are putting more plans in place, and part of it comes down to how much money do we spend on these plans. So
Bizo, please keep it to questions.
Yeah. So do you think we're going down a path right now?
we are taking action, but again, on the Regina Energy and Sustainability Framework, almost half, 48% of middle term, which is 2025 to 2027 goals, including like becoming net zero, are like critical and have a large chance of not being completed and the goals won't be reached. And so, yeah, I know that you guys are taking action and that makes me happy, but it's not just like one path of just commit to renewable energies, but you also have to reduce energy consumption and make it like just generally a more sustainable community.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the delegation? Okay, well, thank you so much for your passion, your advocacy, your fierceness, and for being here today.
Thank
Can
you so
return back
much
to
as
the
well.
gallery. You did great.
Thank you. Bye.
Next up, I have Brett Delter. So when you get down here, you'll introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, where you live, the pronunciation of your name, and you'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have to you. I will start a timer when you're ready, and I'll try to give you a minute and 30 seconds warning.
Okay.
So start whenever you would like.
Okay, thanks. I'm Brett Dalter. I'm an associate professor in economics at the University of Regina. And I want to say good morning to all of you, Honorable Mayor and Council. And I'm here to speak a bit about the research I did, the survey work I did on the Energy and Sustainability Framework. Give a bit of an overview, although I think Kike did a good job of overviewing some of that already. So I had worked with the city to develop some questions to follow up on a survey I ran in 2019. Ran the survey in February and March, and you have some of that data as part of your appendix. I have another version I've just put together, digging a bit deeper into the survey results. You can see them in your appendix, but just to highlight, we asked people, is there support for the city and their operations going to 100% renewable energy? We had 67% of Regina residents supporting that, while 18% opposed. Also asked a bigger question, do you support a citywide 100% renewable energy target? Had 65% of Regina residents agree they supported that, and 19% opposed. Also then dug into specific actions that the city could take to head towards meeting these targets, and found some support there. Kike spoke to some of that, but a few of the highlights: 88% of residents saying they support new homes being built with more insulation, better windows. 87% supporting renovating leisure centers and office buildings that the city owns so they use less energy. 85% of residents support planning new neighborhoods in ways that facilitate walking, cycling, taking transit. And I won't get into every one of these, but there's also support for rapid transit, purchasing electric buses, separate cycling facilities, and designing new neighborhoods so they can use solar. In this survey, we also asked people, the renewable target isn't just up to the city, it involves everybody, the citizens and businesses, to all get on board. And so, right now we don't have a lot of adoption of things like solar electric vehicles by private individuals, but there's some potential for growth. So we see that 23% of Regina households would consider installing solar panels. Only 2.3% have installed right now. 28% would purchase electric vehicles. I think the total for Saskatchewan is pretty low right now, so we're in early stages of adoption, but there's a potential for growth there. 14% would consider taking transit, which would be a big boost from our current mode share of around 6%. And 30% would consider cycling regularly, which would be a big jump from the 1.4% that say they currently cycle. So there's willingness to take some action on the part of individuals, and what could help is the city continuing to work towards supporting those actions with policy. So I've offered some recommendations in the report that I uploaded as a delegate today, and I hope you can all get a copy of that. I'll send it if you haven't. Could be supportive policy like the low interest loans that Saskatoon offers through their HELP program, where They will give you some money for solar or a heat pump or energy efficiency retrofits, and you pay it back on your property tax. Could be a policy like holding a higher energy efficiency standard for new buildings in Regina. So Saskatoon has just decided to stay at a tier 2 level of energy efficiency while the rest of the province is sticking at tier 1. Regina could follow Saskatoon's lead and go to that tier 2 and start to look at how do we get to tier 5, which is net zero. And of course, all of these kinds of actions can involve costs. And we asked people if they'd be willing to pay more. I mean, I imagine if you ask most people, do you want to pay more for anything? Probably not. A lot of people are going to be a fan of that. But even though no one's really in favor of paying more in this era of inflation, there are still 44% of people who wanted to pay more on their property tax to support the actions.
One
so it's
minute.
not majority support, but it's still nearly half of Regina residents. Now, reading the update, it looks like, as Kike has pointed out, some of the actions are not on track to meet the targets. I'm coming from an economics background, and so when I look at this, some of the ideas I have for how to move forward, one would be just to get a roadmap. What's the policy roadmap for each of these actions? What are the supportive things that the city can do to make sure each happens? Lay them out and lay out a
30
sequence.
seconds.
And another that you could do is, I think the city is very good at considering the costs and the implications of actions on the mill rate, but think about the benefit side too. And so in economics, we use the social cost of carbon. If we use that social cost of carbon in decision making, we actually weigh that damage done to the climate in the full picture. We get a sense of the whole net benefit of a project. If we did that, gasoline we'd value at $2 a liter, not $1.35. Natural gas, $20 a gigajoule, not $6 a gigajoule. And electricity would be about twice the cost. So I think those are some of the ideas. Put that in your decision-making framework and make sure you have the staff and funding to move forward. And I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have Councillor Zakiniak with some questions.
Thank you. So a couple of questions about the survey. So it looks like you conducted this survey 2 times now, once in 2019 and then once this year. Is that right?
Yeah, it's been two surveys asking some of the same questions. The survey was modified this time to try to get at some of those city actions. So 2019 didn't ask about specific actions the city could take, basically just because we ran out of space to fit that in the survey. So in this version of the survey, we asked things about like, do you want to see retrofits to buildings? Do you want to see, cycling infrastructure? So those are new additions to the survey that we didn't ask about in 2019.
Okay.
So they're not exact, but some of the questions we wanted to word exactly so we could sort of see, where things stood in 2019 and where they stand in 2025.
And then are there plans for you to continue to conduct this survey, or you don't know at this time?
I mean,
like,
yeah,
in future
I'd be
years?
happy to. I mean, I think it'd be really interesting to run an update, maybe every 5 years is a good increment to see how things are shifting and where sentiments lie, and also get a sense of where people are at. We can see this is a bit of a baseline now for how many people are, interested in electric vehicle, interested in cycling, and so we can use it as a baseline to see, what is that going to look like in 5 years. Hopefully, we'll see some progress. I mean, more and more car companies are starting to look at lower cost electric vehicles, so we probably will see some shifts in the coming years. And yeah, I think it'd be useful. I'd be happy to continue working on this. I find it interesting. So yeah, funding allowing, we'll run it every 5 years.
Okay. And then, can you just speak a bit to, you talked about, there was a piece that talked about diverse representation and trying to ensure that within your sample size that you had diverse representation from our city. Can you just speak to that a bit more? To how did you do that? Like, how can we ensure that, or how did you ensure that the survey respondents represented the diverse perspectives throughout our city?
Yeah, so the goal was to have a representative survey. So to do that, we had to do a few things. One was to have enough people respond. So we had 453 Regina residents who completed the survey. Another is to have them contacted randomly. So hired a survey firm called Prairie Research Associates out of Manitoba. They would dial people's cell phone or landline. They dialed both, and they dial until someone was willing to participate in the survey. But we also wanted to make sure we had representation of people who might be harder to reach. So for example, youth might be less likely to take the time to do a survey if they're called, or less likely to pick up their phone. So we had minimum requirements for how many of these harder to reach groups had to be reached. So the survey firm just had to keep calling until they reached those minimum thresholds. We didn't want to be underrepresenting anybody, so we didn't want to weight them by more than 2 times. So if a certain group was 10% of the population, we wanted at least 5% of the survey respondents to be from that group. So when we weight it, it's not weighted more than twice.
Great. And then with the policy recommendations that you've included as part of the results, did you have a chance to discuss those with administration and get any feedback from them? Also wondering if they are planning, is that administration who will consider and potentially move on those, or is that a council direction that would be required? I don't know if you know.
Yeah, so with the collaboration with the city, the work with the city was to define the survey questions, make sure I was asking things that were relevant, that would inform the city's work. And then what I offered to the city was to have that data. So offered the data to the city and did an internal presentation a few months ago. After that, I've developed a more public-facing version of the report. Recommendations on there aren't vetted by the city. So those are, I try to have a little disclaimer, the opinions are not those of anyone but the authors. So no, I'd like a conversation. I mean, it'd be great to have a conversation with administration or council on those recommendations. And I'm happy to keep working on this. So we also asked people, would you participate in follow-up research? Both in 2019 and in 2025, about a third of people, so about 150 people each time, said they'd continue to participate. So that's an opportunity to follow that group and ask them more questions with surveys, have some focus groups. Actually had a big planned event for 2020. It was going to have this big in-person dialogue session at City Hall, scheduled for April 2020. Didn't happen, of course, because of the pandemic. Yeah, but that was going to be conducted with city staff there as facilitators, and happy to now maybe revisit that idea so that we can continue to dig into, like, not just what do people think, but why do they think these things? What are the barriers to any of these given actions?
Okay, and so for the folks who said they'd be willing to continue to be a part of additional research, so you've captured their information and you're willing to continue following up with these folks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and happy to collaborate with the city staff and with direction from council on interesting questions you'd like us to ask.
Cool, great, thank you.
Next up, I have Councillor Flores with some questions.
Thank you for coming today. I just have one question. Earlier you spoke about some of the positive economic impact of addressing climate change, and it's not just about immediate savings. Could you please elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, so this fall I'm teaching a class, cost benefit analysis, and public policy making. I think it's good practice to look at the costs and benefits of any given policy or project. So we can look at other levels of government to see how they'll evaluate different policies and programs. If you look at federal regulatory legislation, they'll always have a big regulatory impact assessment statement that includes all of the costs, but also all the benefits. So, I mean, if I take an example today, you're talking about purchasing the diesel buses. So I think there's a pretty good accounting of the costs of what that will cost. In a cost benefit analysis, you'd also include for every option, what are the benefits? So what's the savings in terms of air quality improvement? What's the health benefit? What's the reduced emissions? And then economists, we love to put numbers on all this stuff. And so there's ways to put numbers on that. Social cost of carbon is a way to put damage cost on every ton of greenhouse gas emissions. In 2025, that's $271 a ton. And that's where I get that number of saying, if you want to take a whole society view, then you would actually value gasoline at $2 a liter, natural gas at $20 a gigajoule, and that actually would shift probably some of the thinking on what projects are economic. I think there's a difference between a financial analysis that looks at the private costs to the city and an economic analysis which looks at private costs, and also social costs and social benefits. So it's increasing that scope. And I think, as an economist, that's good practice for a government. Governments aren't like a business. Like, people will say, let's run our government like a business. But I mean, you're not there to make a profit. You're there to serve the community and offer services that increase, safety, health, well-being. And so those are aspects that can be captured and they can be put into numbers so that you get a better sense of how to rank projects. And so that's my recommendation here is get a sense of all the different things you can do that comprehensive analysis, but that'll start to help ranking. What are the priority projects? Where's the biggest bang for a buck? What's going to have the biggest net benefit of the things we can do at the city? You have limited budgets. There's always pressure to keep your mill rate low. So looking at that comprehensively, like, what are the different actions? What's the Thanks.
Okay, I have Councillor Rasevich.
Some aspects, we get better in certain ways, more faster in some areas than other areas. Like, I think buildings and retrofits and different things like that. I guess in terms of, I guess my question is, when I knocked on doors in Ward 1, I asked the question about, geothermal. I asked the question about electric buses. I didn't have as many questions as you had because I didn't have that much time per house. But when I asked those questions, the majority, that's where when I read your survey, I was like, the majority of people in my ward, they were with electric buses, like with technology, they were like, no. With geothermal, they were no.
Can you ask a question,
so the question,
please?
I guess the question is, I guess my question is, I just find it, my question is, with your survey, the discrepancy between, your numbers and the numbers when I door knock. I don't know how to phrase that into a question, but I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out the discrepancy. Like when I knock on doors, the majority of people are saying no.
So is your question, what is the discrepancy?
Yeah, like.
Okay.
Let me, I want to look, so we have the 453 respondents, and I wanted to look at, I looked at it by ward to see, like, is there wards that stick out as being quite different? And so when I look ward by ward, we still see the average response to, like, the 100% renewable goal is support. There's no ward where the average is opposition. I think that the answer I'd give, why the random representative sample is going to give you a better understanding of a population than like an individual more and how many times you ask that question, or there could be differences by block, but
I'll tell you, I talked to more than 500 people. Probably talked to 1,000, 2,000, maybe, yeah.
I mean,
I know.
I don't know. I assume that they'd all have cell phones and landlines. They'd be able to respond to the survey.
Yeah. No, it's just, I find that, to me, I'm representing a ward, and I'm representing a bunch of people in my ward, and also I'm looking at costs, right? And I have to, anyways, I think of some more questions.
Yeah. Happy to explore too. I mean, we could do a survey of Ward 1 with 500 people.
One electric bus saves 8 cars a year.
Question, please?
Okay.
No? Any more questions?
No, I'm done for now.
Okay, Councillor Siklis?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation, Brett. Important research. What does it cost to do one of these things?
The survey cost is about $20,000. And then, I mean, for this project, had support from the city of, I want to say it's about $25,000. So that was for the survey. They actually pay the Prairie Research Associates and some funding for a research assistant. But my time is pro bono, I guess, I'm a salaried employee of the university. So it'd be tough to replicate if you tried to gets a private firm to do the whole thing because they probably have to pay the guy doing the figures and putting it all together. So that's the, to actually get the data though, you could probably get the data for 20,000.
Okay, and the city paid for all of that then, in this case?
The city paid for the data, yeah. So that's why the city, was delivered that data.
How do you choose PRA? Was there a number of finalists? And
Yeah, so we had a bid, a process where we requested quotes from different firms. Prairie Research Associates came in lower for what they're offering, which is this representative sample approach. Other firms for that same approach would have cost more.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And it's a long time ago that I took stats classes, but if you wanted to get that 4.6% error rate down to 1, how big does the sample size need to be? Everyone have it calculated?
It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
Yeah,
like
in the thousands probably.
Yeah, like you, usually you're happy if you get to that level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And have you been asked to do more surveys on behalf of the city?
Not currently, no. I just did this one. I mean, it was a follow-up to a survey that I had run already, so it sort of, I think, made sense to try to do that same survey again, or some version of it.
And have you compared this with other cities?
I haven't compared it to other cities, no.
Okay. That's it. That's all I had to ask. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Buzo?
And providing the data that you did on your survey and providing your kind of your knowledge of economics behind it. A couple questions I do have to ask, and what really triggered is the fact that you're an economics professor, but your survey does not discuss economics. It asks some loosely defined questions in there, but there's no economic correlation to your questions. For example, to what extent do you support or oppose the City of Regina worker insured vehicles, electric, and everything else? But if I said the same question and reframed it, are you in support of electric buses and it's going to cost you, $150 million, yes or no? There's no correlation to any economics in your survey based upon, a supply and demand curve. We only have so much supply of money and there's so much demand, so we have to balance these things out. But your survey doesn't take into account supply and demand. It does not, like taxation and spend, or it does not take into account how much this will cost. How come you're not including basic economics in your surveys?
So I think there's two things you could do. One, you'd have to have, this is what I'm suggesting would be useful for the city, is to have a catalog of here's all the different things the city can do, here's the cost, and here's the benefit. So I don't know if those numbers exist yet. I think in the framework update, I kind of see a sense of where things are in terms of close to target, but I don't think there's a cost on every item. And I wasn't aware of the bus cost until I read the appendix to this council meeting or executive committee meeting. So I don't think that all of those numbers are yet public or that analysis has been done. Yeah, there's a value, I think, to asking people where they stand on something, and then there's a value to the next step, which is to say, here's what's possible for the city, here's the costs and benefits, and when that analysis is done, let's make sure it's comprehensive. So I think what I see, like today's discussion of the buses, is a cost analysis, but we don't see health benefits in there. We don't see climate benefits monetized in there. So that's what I'd like to see from an economics perspective is not just the cost. I mean, if we were just talking about like, let's minimize costs, like the city could just cut everything and not have any services. But it's not just about cutting costs. It's how are we gonna offer the services people want at the lowest cost, at the best cost, best bang for your buck. So I think this work had value, and I think there's value in what would be follow-up work to look at what are the actions, what's their net benefit, and then use that to prioritize action.
So you're saying the city should do that, or would that be part of, someone with an economics training to do that? So for an example, transportation systems in Canada is about 35% of our greenhouse gas emissions, and that's 1.4%
Question,
of
please?
what, yeah, I got a question here. 1.4% of the carbon emissions in the world, and about one city bus works out to X amount of, 0.000005, right? There's an economic cost. We can actually target that. But the question still comes down to, how come you never correlated costs into the survey? It's just the questions without correlating the actual costs for actually doing this. So from an economics perspective, you know the cost of the bus, you know the cost of an EV, you know how many EVs are on the road, or how many.
Question, please.
That is a question. You know how many vehicles are on the road that the city operates in fleet. Here's your cost to transitioning over. How come those numbers are not part of the survey to make it more holistic and complete?
I think that'd be an interesting exercise for follow-up research. We've got these people willing to participate in follow-up research, and so if we can bring them in to do, focus groups, work a bit on, here's some costs, here's some alternatives. Let's evaluate those and see what people think. Let's look at the trade-offs. I think that'd be useful. I mean, really, part of what we had was we have to get every survey completed in less than 15 minutes. Part of the cost of the survey is how long is it going to take. So there's always pressure to keep it as short as possible. But I think that those are good things to explore, and I'd welcome being part of exploring those in future work.
I 100% agree. I'm going to say that, Councillor Raspich about talking to more than 500 people in my ward. At the same time, when I was talking to more than 500 people, I see your survey results have 54.7%.
Question, please.
54.7% say no to essentially tax increase. What do you think that if you tagged a number to it, an actual tax increase to each one of your comments or questions, what do you think that rejection rate on taxation would be? Would it be higher than 54%?
Well, so I think that's where this needs to be put into a context. So I think you could probably ask that question of any city service. How much are people willing to pay to have 10 more police officers? How much are people willing to pay to have one more fire truck? Like, you could ask those questions. I'm not sure if that really is how you want to make decisions, though. I think you want to be able to say this is our priority for safety, for keeping our citizens healthy, and we have this goal. So how do we meet that cost effectively? So I wouldn't necessarily think that that's the best way to make decisions, is to sort of say, how should we define our goals piecemeal? I think as a council, city council in the previous iteration has a goal, has a plan, and so now I think it's a matter of looking at what are the steps the city can take to support meeting those, and to make sure, that they're economic. So what's the most cost effective? How are you going to get the most bang for your buck? And I think that work's important. So once you define a goal, which I think the city had done, what's the most cost-effective way to meet that goal?
Yeah. How would you say, you've said some of these points in here, how would you provide funding for some of these points that you have described in your survey? What would your suggestion be? If I'm asking you from an economics perspective, you have a whole bunch of points and a whole bunch of questions. How would you say, as a city councillor, here's some of your funding that you could look at doing? Like, what would you suggest?
Well, yeah, so a couple things. I mean, cities are cash constrained, and so you're looking to other levels of government for support. I understand that's part of what made the electric buses possible, is you had federal government support. So continuing to look for that level of support from various levels of government can help with these. I think this is where I come back to, like, you've got to have a kind of a budgetary approach. So there's a goal to be met. What is the commitment to meet that goal? What's the funding that can be allocated? And then using that funding, what can be done? But some of these actions might not be very costly. You could encourage electric vehicle uptake by making it free to park an electric vehicle at a city meter. That'll have some cash implications, but it might not be very much. And you might then help encourage private citizens to buy electric vehicles. So I think that's where you've got to look at what are the different actions, what are the benefits, what are the costs, and then what is the city able to fund? That climate gets treated as sort of an extra add-on that you can just cut as needed. I don't think we treat public core to the mission of the city, and I think that's, as a society, where we need to get with climate, is realizing you know, it's core to our security and our future to deal with this issue. You also have today the climate adaptation plan, which shows us some of the costs of not acting. So there's a cost to acting. There's also an even larger cost to, there's a cost to acting. There's an even larger cost to not acting. Catherine Hayhoe is a climate scientist. The way she phrases it is, we can either mitigate, so lower emissions, we can adapt, or we can suffer, and our future is going to be some mix of those three. And so you have today your energy sustainability framework, which is your mitigation, you have your adaptation plan, and if we don't do either of those, we're going to have even more suffering. So, you know, I don't think we question, you know, should we have a police service? That's just, we understand we need police for public safety. We also should get to the point where we realize we actually need to mitigate and for our own future. So I think that's the change I think that needs to happen in the conversation. So this isn't treated as a sort of add-on, a kind of nice to have that gets cut at every opportunity.
Oh, 100% agree. No, it just still comes down to that supply and demand curve for where we sit. So it really comes down to how much would we ask our taxpayers to bear for more, or do we give something up? What would your suggestion be?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's where the analysis needs to be. What are the things we could do? What do they cost? And what are the trade-offs involved? So I think making that a part of the budget deliberation is important, but making sure it's part of the deliberation that people understand there's value to those actions.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate the data. I'd like to tap your economist hat for a question. I hope it's not out of bounds. You had some real good costs on the cost of natural gas or gasoline, and an equation with a carbon element to it. I was wondering if you have any insight or any maybe a value to concrete. I remember through my learnings on this that to build a new building compared to retrofitting, if it's a 10-story building, the concrete used, you can heat that building for 40 years to displace the carbon emitted for building it. So I'm wondering, I think carbon was the biggest piece of that equation, or concrete was the biggest piece of that equation. Do you have a measurable on concrete that you can share?
I could get you one. I don't have it off the top of my head. But yeah, concrete and steel, I think, are each either 4% or 8% of global emissions. So there's a lot of carbon embodied or generated in the process of creating concrete, and like a ton of CO2 per ton of concrete or something like that. So yeah, whenever you can retain a building's value and keep that concrete working, I think that is a way to save on embodied emissions, not having to redo it and pour new concrete. Okay. And the concrete, I mean, the thing about it is it's the process to generate the clinker. In the process of separating the limestone, you generate CO2 as a byproduct. You could capture that, like the carbon capture process, you could capture that and store it, but no one's really doing that in Canada yet.
Okay. And just to finish my understanding, the cost of installation as well, between all the equipment, the mixers and everything else along the chain to get that concrete to a finished form to go onwards is all part of that equation. Is that correct?
You could figure that out. I'm not sure if the sort of 1 ton to 1 ton might just be the production side of it.
Oh, so it even grows as you lay it?
Could be, yeah.
Okay. I think not. Thank you.
Yeah, I could go and I could get you better numbers, make sure I have the
Well,
correct
I
numbers.
think as long as I know that I'm not whistling Dixie or crazy, I got enough data to work with as a mechanic, but I appreciate that I'm not in the wrong vein. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions for our delegation? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation and your knowledge. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Amy Schneider. And when you get up here, you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. And you can start whenever you're comfortable if you don't have any questions.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the city. My name is Amy Snyder. I'm a resident of Regina. I forget, what else did you want me to say?
Your name for the record, the organization.
Yes. So
ward, if applicable, anything you want,
okay.
really.
I am here representing Regina Energy Transition. Although I also volunteer with several other organizations, including For Our Kids, Enviro Collective, and the list goes on. And so I'm speaking sort of on behalf of, I'd say, a great portion of the world's population, and specifically Regina citizens who are in fact concerned about climate action, climate inaction. I'd like to say that this report for me is historical. I was part of the Davidson that in 2016, after 3 attempts at council, had the city make a symbolic declaration that the citizens of the city have the right to a healthy environment. It took 3 attempts for the city to just symbolically say that, yes, Regina citizens should have the right to a healthy environment. And that was in 2016. And the work of that organization, I believe, continued to pave the way for the unanimous passing of the Renewable Regina motion in 2018. And so I believe that's 2 councils ago. And then it took a while, and a few of us were sort of twiddling our thumbs and going, okay, well, we've unanimously passed this motion for Renewable Regina. When are we going to see it? What is it? And lo and behold, we got it in 2022, and it was great. It was amazing. So proud to live in this city, but still concerned because it is a very ambitious document. It is a very ambitious framework with many action items that would require significant compromises and contributions. And so I've been watching what's happening, and now I see the report coming forward, and sure enough, we're not keeping pace with the action items that were required according to this framework to take place immediately. I believe 71% of them needed to start immediately, 16% of the 31 associated actions needed to begin by 2023. And we're lagging behind, of course, and that's clear. I want to say that for those who are stating and restating that our portion of greenhouse gas emissions is very small, because of our small population, I would say that Saskatchewan residents have a 25% higher per capita greenhouse gas emission footprint than any other province in the country. We are, the leaders in burning fossil fuels, and that's our reputation, above Alberta. And if someone says, well, what difference does it make anyways, because Canada itself is a small country and a small population, and so, why do we have to take this on? Why do we have to make the sacrifices? I would say that I look to the province as a whole, and I believe a couple of councillors have mentioned that there is work being done already, but I would argue that the work being done is also woefully insufficient. In fact, there are currently 2 legal actions against the province, one about their continual building of brand new gas-fired power plants, in which I'm an applicant, and a new case on their decision to refurbish and continue burning coal.
1 minute.
So what I'm getting at is that the province is not my role model for what is enough sufficient action. And I feel that the cities, the municipalities, Regina and Saskatoon, which make up 42% of the population of our province, have a big role in shaping what the province as a whole will do going forward.
30 seconds.
And so it is important that we not think about the 0.0005% of greenhouse gas reductions of a single bus, but we consider all of our actions as paving the way to greater actions at all levels. And as Kike said, we need every action we can take.
Thank you so much. I have Councillor Zakiniak with some questions.
Not on. Okay. Thanks for being here. So you told us that you care deeply about this. And there's been some discussion about which parts of the city, like, do folks care in certain parts of the city and not in others? Which ward do you live in?
Ward 1.
Ward 1, okay. And so have you talked to other people who live in your area in Ward 1 who also really care about this?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I talk about this a lot. And I actually very seldom meet anyone who isn't concerned. I think a lot about this is how you frame the questions. If you ask someone, are you concerned about the increase in heat waves and how our summers have become a fire smoke season? I mean, people nod their heads and they express deep concern. If you were to ask them, do you want to have to pay more taxes to have more electric buses? Then, of course, the answer may be in a different line.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds, you talked about coming to council back in, was it 2016?
Yes.
So, so we have council, this is if my math is right.
Third.
This is the third council now, or we're on 4?
Well, from 2016, I think it may be 4. I haven't checked the math either.
We're on the third council. Okay,
yeah.
so what you've heard from the 2 previous councils is a commitment to that this is important and like to varying levels, right? You heard it in 2016 and then it was passed again. I guess Councillor Mancinelli can give us the history, but we've gone through 2 previous councils have verified that this is important. Is that accurate?
Well, and yes, and the city has committed a great deal of money as well, if economics is what is of concern. A great deal of engagement has taken place. I think that we received national recognition for the engagement on the energy and sustainability framework. Mm-hmm. And so it's not just that we're talking about a group of 11 people. It's a city's commitment that has national attention.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. We are going to go for our 15-minute break. So we will be back at 10:47. All right, we're going to get on with the program, guys. So we also have a communication in regards to EX 2573. The communication is EX 2577, Tamara Church Run from Regina Energy Transition, Regina SAS. Can I have someone move that this communication be received and filed? A mover for the communication, please. Got Mayor Chad Brzezinski. And I will call the question. Is anyone opposed to receiving and filing this communication? Seeing none, that carries. We will now consider EX 2573, the Renewable Regina 2050 update. Can I have Acting City Manager Jim Nickel please introduce the report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The purpose of this morning's report is to provide Council or an Executive Committee with a progress update on the energy and sustainability framework. This framework, which is commonly referred to as Renewable Regina, is Regina's community-wide action plan to slow climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and to shift to renewable low-carbon energy sources. Direction for this work began in 2018 when City Council set a target to become a 100% renewable net zero community by 2050. The action plan was approved in 2022 to achieve these goals while building a more connected and efficient city in terms of energy. At that time, Council directed administration to report annually on the progress. Administration is here today to share this progress report, which assesses the first 3 years of implementation to the end of calendar year 2024. Joining us this morning is Mark Tran, who is the Acting Director of Sustainability, Performance and Service Improvement, and Robbie Humble, Manager of Sustainable Energy and Adaptation. As well, we have a number of colleagues from across the organization who are also attending here today to advance their initiatives and respond to any inquiries you may have. Ms. Humble will be giving a brief presentation to provide some more background to the report, but I can highlight the following. First, key successes that have been advanced in the first 3 years of the implementation will be shared. Second, and this is something important, despite these successes, greenhouse gas emissions and energy reduction targets were not met in 2024, and as you've heard, the city is not on track to meet interim 2030 goals. The administration's focus has been on developing and implementing corporate projects, which are seeing some positive results. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there have been some successes that we have achieved and advanced in the first 3 years. But again, as been noted by delegations, there is a risk of falling behind without more committed investment across the city and the wider community. I will now hand it over to Ms. Humble for the presentation to outline the progress to date, as well as the challenges and opportunities facing us ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. Yes, my name is Robbie Humble, and I'm the manager of our Sustainable Energy and Adaptation branch. So we're a small but mighty team working often behind the scenes to support and coordinate the city's climate change work. As noted, the work within our team really began in 2019 to direct that motion, and with a more permanent team being created in mid-2023 after the energy and sustainability framework was established. So really the purpose of this presentation today is to summarize that 3-year progress update, as there is a lot of information. For many on council, this is the first report about the framework as a whole or the city's approach to climate change. And so while we don't have an opportunity to do a really big deep dive today, the progress update is a really good opportunity to reflect on the plan as a whole and to help understand the current trajectory as well as the history of some of this work to date. Will it advance for me? I might need someone to help me advance. Is it dead? Oh, there we go. Great. So yes, the Energy and Sustainability Framework is Regina's action plan to become a renewable net zero community by 2050, which is in line with municipalities across Canada and around the world.
What this means is achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions and sourcing net zero energy from renewable sources for the community of Regina by 2050. City Council set this target in 2018, and in 2020 directed administration to develop a community action plan to get there. So approved in 2022, the Energy and Sustainability Framework is the result of that process, representing a pathway to reach Council's target. So the approved pathway accounts for Regina's share of global emissions to help slow climate change to below 1.5 degrees warming, in line with climate science, and to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So the scope of Council's motion and the ESF focuses on climate mitigation or reducing emissions, and not climate adaptation or addressing the impacts from rising emissions. It was communicated when the ESF was approved that an adaptation strategy, would be a next step, which we started developing in 2024 and will be presented here later today. So this is an exciting milestone in the city's climate change planning work, to be here today with both critical aspects of this work. Are they going to move it for us? Just going to get a little help advancing our slides here. Perfect. So as a quick reminder, the Energy and Sustainability Framework contains 7 big moves and 31 associated actions, as you heard from some of the delegates today. Included in each big move are both community-wide and more corporate-led actions, something we've worked to communicate more clearly in the implementation planning process and in this year's update in particular. So in considering both this corporate and community scope, as well as the enabling actions that are needed to support and monitor the work, a total of 48 distinct actions are now being tracked, which you've seen in the progress update. These actions in the framework were identified based on a detailed modeling of Regina's emissions profile, and then adjusted for our local context through engagement and sequenced for impact, as well as for maximizing community co-benefits and economic returns on what we call the best fit pathway to meet Council's 2050 target. If we could go to the next slide. And this is what that looks like. So the graph here shows Regina's future emissions without targeted actions, which was modeled during the development of the framework. So this scenario was a key input into the plan and involved forecasting Regina's future emissions based on economic and population projections, as well as existing policy commitments from various levels of government, including Regina's existing policies at the time of developing the framework. So this baselining and future modeling process demonstrated that setting a pathway towards a net zero and renewable future would need targeted and ambitious interventions and timelines. We could go to the next slide. This graph shows how that overall target informs the action plan. So that blue line at the top shows that possible future without taking further actions beyond anticipated energy efficiency improvements, which were projected, while the green line at the bottom shows the pathway outlined in the ESF by incorporating and sequencing those key actions. And so to get there really involves 3 related strategies, which are to first reduce energy use, second improve energy efficiency, while then third, shifting to renewable and low carbon energy sources. So the actions in the framework follow this approach and include areas obviously where the city must lead by example, where the city can partner and work with others, and where other stakeholders play a leading role. And the report in front of you today shows some of the ways that's been taking place and where we are today. So we can move to the next slide. Before we dig a little deeper, we wanted to take this opportunity to just highlight a few components of administration's approach to implementation and for developing the monitoring and evaluation work that's in front of you. So first, administration has been working to prioritize and align the ESF actions more closely with city processes, recognizing that although most actions needed to start at the same time in 2022, as you heard from some of the delegates, many were not able to be initiated due to the scale and pace required. So in 2023, an implementation plan that more clearly defines the big moves and associated actions by corporate-led and community-wide actions was developed, and which also further prioritized each action based on 3 additional criteria. So considering the resources available and required, second, the level of city influence, and third, organizational alignment, for example, where established work was already underway. So that has been used as the basis for engaging across departments to identify different implementation strategies and to assess the progress on the actions. So today's report assesses the status of actions in relation to the targets and timelines that are outlined in the ESF. reports on some key progress measures to the end of 2024, summarizes work on implementation strategies to date, and outlines some of the challenges and next steps. So to the next slide, diving into the update, an overarching key indicator of our progress is obviously are Regina's emissions going up or down? So our updated energy and emissions inventory that our teams prepared, which is Appendix B of the report, shows that our emissions are trending in the right direction, but not at the pace to meet the targets. So the chart on the left shows that corporate emissions are down 5% from from the previous year in 2023, but short of the target by 12%. The chart on the right shows that community emissions are down 4% from 2023, though short of the target by 7%. So these missed targets do mean that greenhouse gases are still being emitted and accumulating in the atmosphere. However, important reductions have been made and are moving that trend in the right direction. Particularly corporate operations and ongoing projects have seen some key successes. So expansion of the energy and emissions inventory in 2023 to track our community greenhouse gas emissions was also a big part of this work and helps us communicate that bigger picture as well to you. So in the progress update, or Appendix A, more detailed progress measures related to each of the different actions are captured and are being refined as we improve our reporting methodology and obviously as projects advance and we learn more. So going to the next slide, in terms of the actions themselves, the assessment indicates that as a result of major city initiatives, 19% of those 48 actions that we're tracking are considered on track. However, although those major projects were advanced in 23 and 24, 46% of the actions are behind and 21% are at risk in the short term. And looking to the next implementation phase, several actions that are behind become assessed at risk, considering the current rate of implementation, anticipated funding and resources available, and some of that lag time to get those projects up and running. So it's important to note that each action is assessed in relation to the identified targets and timelines in the ESF, which I mentioned. And those actions account for the emissions reduction that's baked in. However, to advance those actions, there may be multiple different strategies identified and projects that are at various stages of scoping or implementation. So for example, one implementation strategy was the development of a corporate facility retrofit roadmap, which was completed in 2022. And this strategy informs 3 different corporate actions: to 1, retrofit city facilities, 2, add solar to city facilities, and 3, switch to clean heating in existing city buildings. However, due to the reduced funding to undertake the retrofits, these 3 actions are considered behind or at risk. Going to the next slide. That being said, in 2024, several key initiatives, of course, have been advanced, especially across waste, facilities, transit, and fleet. Some of the key projects and programs in 2024 included a large focus on the energy efficiency and solar potential of new facilities, as well as solar installations on existing buildings. So this work increased our solar generation capacity to a total of 210,000 kilowatt hours, which is an increase of 76% compared to 2023 and more than 300% from 2022. So although the total is still small, we're really increasing that capacity quite a lot. Emissions reduction from optimizing the landfill gas system also improved by 17%, and having a full implementation of the food and yard waste program improved emissions reduction by 230% compared to just having that partial program year in 2023. As well, obviously critical electric charging infrastructure and procurement work to support the addition of the electric transit fleet. The next slide. Beyond these types of capital programs and projects, there's also been planning work and service expansion advanced, including feasibility studies for expansion of the landfill gas system, as well as a potential home energy retrofit financing program. It's based on previous success with the city's residential retrofit rebate pilot and the potential for local economic impact. This work responds to 3 of those highest priority community-wide actions that relate to residential buildings and retrofits. As well, significant planning work in 2023 and 24 supported critical alignment of growth planning with transit corridors, as well as expansion of transit service hours to support new routes, particularly in 2024 with a significant increase. So combined with the addition of free transit for youth under 13 and the planned transit pilot for some high school youth this coming fall, Regina has been making important strides that can shape future transportation emissions, which will be realized, of course, over several years as those transportation patterns shift. So most of the initiatives advanced since the last progress update have continued to focus on the city's corporate emissions and have been primarily advanced through utilizing existing or previous budget approvals, or in many cases they've done that, and of course leveraging grant funding, which you've heard about. So the report also summarizes some of the initiatives underway in 2025, many of which are continuing or expanding those initiatives. So the main story, as Mr. Nickel identified, is that many important success have been advanced in these first 3 years. And while we're not on track to meet our emissions reduction targets, we have been laying a good foundation in some critical areas of work. More is of course needed, which is similar for many municipalities across Canada with similar targets. And with the 5-year mark approaching in 2027, a critical piece of this work is the scheduled update to the ESF, which will begin in 2026. And as we look ahead, the final slide is it's important to reflect on some of the key challenges as well. So of course, the significant pace of all the actions is a notable challenge, as you've heard. One of the ways we've worked to address this is through that prioritized implementation process. So with limited resources for broader public engagement and education around the actions, priority internally has been placed on corporate project development support, monitoring, and reporting. And more work would be needed to effectively support community organizations, partners, and residents in taking action on the ESF for a lot of those community-wide actions. Second, with current funding levels, the city has been taking a staged approach to implementation, with many actions to date dependent on external funding. Importantly, the community scope of the ESF has unlocked significant grants, and major projects are being advanced and funded on a case-by-case basis. However, during budget discussions addressing multiple strategic priorities, other objectives have often been prioritized over energy and sustainability initiatives. This is in part due to many energy transition projects having higher upfront costs with benefits farther in the future, or as you heard earlier, some of those costs and benefits being shared kind of differently between the city and residents and others in the community. So as a next step, one of the things we're working on is trying to improve our understanding of the greenhouse gas impacts of budget decisions and to improve communication around this as well. Third, there can be uncertainty around the benefits and costs of certain actions and their potential impact on affordability. For example, the ESF financial model identified energy cost savings for households overall from implementing the plan, but how these costs and benefits are shared are complex. As well, we need to continue to work with key stakeholders to align objectives and targets. However, Regina is not alone in navigating any of these challenges, so we continue to learn alongside and from other municipalities for best practices in aligning these multiple objectives. And these challenges will, of course, be a focus incorporated into the planned update in 2026-2027. And with that, that's what we have, and we're available for questions. Thanks for your time.
Okay, City Manager Jim Nickel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So that is the status update. As I said, we have a number of officials here to assist in answering any questions that you have. This is a receive and file. It's to give you information on where we're at. As we've stated very clearly, we've had some ambitious targets and objectives. We have a long ways to go, but I don't think it should go unnoticed that there has been considerable work done and advanced. And this is going to be one of those ongoing challenges that any council is going to face for many years to come, is how do you balance this amongst a number of other very complex, competing, and dare I say, expensive challenges that you have. So with that, I would respectfully ask that you direct your questions to Mr. Tran, and if he can't answer them, he will then direct them to someone in administration. So with that, I will leave it over to Mark.
Could I have someone move this report? Councillor Zakitiak, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. Okay, so just to clarify, so I have 5 minutes plus 3 now. Is that accurate? Okay, I might need it. Okay, so first question. So you described the PACE program and work that's been done so far. So first of all, I think like we're currently at where we applied for funding through the Green Municipal Fund. Do we know if we got that funding? And then even if we did, then I'm wondering what the next step would be after that.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we've applied to the Green Municipal Fund for support in developing a property assessed clean energy program or a home energy financing program. We have not heard back yet on the success or not of that application. And next steps would be to, based on that, to assemble a project team to move that work forward.
Okay, thanks. So we heard from one of the delegations, Brett Dolter, about the research work that he did or oversaw. Does the city currently have plans to continue to conduct a survey? Like the suggestion was maybe every 5 years. Is that within the current plans?
The city does not have any plans to conduct any further surveys based on Mr. Dolter's results. That being said, we're certainly not close to the idea of going forward with more.
Okay. And then there were recommendations that also came, not necessarily as part of the work, but due to the responses from folks and just, I think, as an extra piece, here's some recommendations for ways the city could move forward. What if is administration planning to consider any of those recommendations, or would those need to be council directed?
Administration would obviously take a look at any type of recommendation from any type of expert in the field with that. That being said, again, if there were any financial implications or anything that would impact the framework as a whole, that would be a choice of council.
Okay, thanks. So somewhere in the report, it talked about 100 kilowatt solar PV installation plan for the new indoor aquatic facility. Is that still in the plans?
Looking at Mr. Hansen, he's nodding his head. I believe it is in the plans, yes.
Yes, okay. And then there was discussion of, sorry, I don't remember the specific, what it is specifically about, but there's a collaboration with Saskatoon that through a program we were working, I think it was about building codes actually. So we are collaborating with Saskatoon to investigate next steps in relation to the building code energy tiers. So first of all, question being, have we found any other ways to combine our resources and work with Saskatoon on projects exploring any themes related to the energy and sustainability framework? Because they have a similar one.
Yeah, so I can take that. Thanks for the question. So the first part of the question, and then I might hand it to Mr. Comrie to add any further details. So yes, we applied to a project through ICLEI Canada to support the development of a roadmap to understand how to move with stakeholders in the community to identify kind of a clear pathway to adopting higher tiers of the energy code. And so that's really a project that's being led by ICLEI with just existing resources within the city. So we're working, it's interesting and a challenge to work with another city to understand all of those different moving parts, but it's been a really interesting, I think, conversation. To the second part of that, I think, so our team definitely collaborates and at least talks with the City of Saskatoon and their climate team quite often, and I think other colleagues would have similar experiences in their areas with the City of Saskatoon. I don't know if this is true or not, but I think that this project might be we collaborate on things like building energy standards in the past. We've worked together kind of more informally. I think this is maybe a little bit new of like a specific project with the city, but I'll see if Mr. Comrie has anything more to add. No? Okay.
Okay, just one suggestion that I have, if we are to continue to conduct additional research, one of the questions, and I don't think Mr. Dolter is here anymore, but was whether or not Regina residents believe that climate change is happening. In my opinion, we're at the point now where we're talking about science, and we're talking about like an overwhelming consensus of scientists that understand and know that climate change is happening. So it's my opinion that when we're asking questions like that, it should be, do people understand, not do they believe, because we're talking about science.
Question, Councillor Sakiti?
No, I don't think that this is my ability to make statements or questions, correct? Yeah, okay. So that's just my own feedback. And then back to the energy code though piece. In the report, it talks about, that the province is reverting to the minimum energy standard. And it talks about what's the city going to do as a result of that. So I just wanted some more clarity on, like, there was a previous focus on the city in relation to the energy standards, and now we're sort of figuring out next steps. So just looking for additional information in relation to the energy code situation.
We'll hand that off to Mr. Comrie.
Through the chair, yeah, the city's been working closely with the rest of the province and specifically Saskatoon on further adoptions of tiers, and it's been a pretty collaborative process as we've been moving through energy code implementation. With the change of plans at the provincial level, we did go to tier 1, but Saskatoon has been kind of exploring the options of going to tier 2, and we've been working closely with them to determine if that would be a good step for us as well, and trying to do that more in unison as a province instead of just stepping out on our own. So I think, yes, there's ongoing conversations on that as well.
Great. Okay, and then trying to read my own notes here. I think so. I think this one's about the program design that we're doing. Like, we applied through the Green Municipal Fund for program design for PACE program, right? So we designed the program, but then we need to fund it, right? That's the, okay. So, and that funding stream is ending from the Green Municipal Fund. So as part of this process, would we be exploring who could help us fund that program? Is that part of the application or part of the process?
Yeah, so as you've noted, the current funding that was available through the Green Municipal Fund for capitalization of a property assessed clean energy program has ended. There may be programs in the future, which obviously we will monitor very closely. But the application that we submitted for a program design put a focus on trying to identify and understand other potential sources of capitalization and how a program would be funded. And that obviously would impact sort of the scale of a potential program. So with the Green Municipal Fund, a lot of municipalities were accessing funds in a combination of loans and grants up to funding programs around the $10 million mark, which are again through those sort of loans that then come back to those funding parties. If there's different sources of that funding, that also needs to be looked at in terms of the scale and the phasing of what total amounts of the program we'd be looking at. So yes, that's considered.
Okay, thanks. And what is planned for the energy and sustainability update in 2026-27?
In 2026, we'll start engaging with a consultant to help develop some of the new technical specs. We will look at, or at least do a wholesome review of the opportunities that were identified in the original framework. Again, I think, based on the advancement that we have made so far, and I'll openly say the non-advancement on some of those initiatives, we do have to take a closer review and look at what is more of a clear picture for us and achievable picture going forward.
Okay. And it did mention in the report about engagement with the community and Indigenous partners. Do we have any sense right now about what that engagement will look like?
Just to clarify, you mean in terms of the update process in 2026-27?
Yeah.
So that work hasn't been fully scoped yet. Obviously, our team's focus was on getting all of this information to you folks here today, and then we'll be quickly looking at determining all of the pieces of that work, okay. Which as the target currently is a community plan and community action plan, we would have to look at those engagement opportunities and understand what they would be for sure. It's part of that work.
I did hear some feedback that there wasn't the opportunity for a fulsome engagement process with the corporate adaptation plan, but I also heard or read in the report that those two, like these, if it gets passed, it'll sort of be rolled together. And so what that led me to believe is that when we're doing engagement, in 2026, 27, folks will have the opportunity, should they wish to give their feedback on our adaptation plan. Obviously, it's a corporate plan, but there will be the opportunity to provide overall engagement. Is that accurate?
I would say that would be fair, yes.
Yeah, okay. How much
12
time do I
seconds
have?
left.
12 seconds. I have time for one more question. Why did the wastewater treatment plant biogas generation decrease by 3%? And that was, I think, like from 2023 to 2024, if I remember correctly. It's on page 16, if that helps. That's my time.
Can hand that off to Mr.
I'm going to get 3 more minutes.
Mr. Downey?
Through the chair, there was some maintenance work done on the biogas on the boilers in 2023, 2024, so that's been improved now, and that's why it's increased.
Cool.
Okay, next in the queue, I've got Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks through the chair. I appreciate the report, especially the pictures, because I'm not great at reading sometimes. You have that 2024 energy consumption at a glance pie chart. Looking at that, facilities energy consumption, city water and sewer services, 37%. That's roughly 16% of all our energy used. Is that all for pumping of the water we use every day for our wastewater and fresh water?
I believe that is, but if there's anything else to add, more details.
Through the chair, yes, that is. We have a lot of pump stations for our per capita of residents, primarily because we are a flat city, and so yes, we do have a high energy use for water and sewer.
Yeah, just never realized it was that much of a total demand from everything we use, so I appreciate the education. Talked to a lot of residents. These kind of conversations bring out a lot of opinions. Some of them are really simple and smart. I noticed that Mosaic Stadium accounts for 7% of our emissions, or our use. We only use it a handful of times a year. How is it such a large energy user? I've had more than one resident ask me, how come there's so many lights on at Mosaic all the time? How come that board's on all the time? I always figured there was some plan for energy mitigation or something going on. But when we're having this conversation and I see it show up on a chart like that, I think, can we just be smarter and turn a light switch off once in a while? Through the chair.
I can say from our team's perspective, we don't have that information in terms of that sort of detailed operational perspective. So our team's focus is really on gathering that information as best as we can, which often looks at sort of the previous year's total for energy and emissions use in terms of being able to transparently try to report that picture to you folks. I'm not sure if anyone else that works more directly with REAL might have any more pieces to add, but our team is focused on that reporting piece.
I guess just a comment there.
City Manager, Jim Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Mansell, I think that's a fair question. We'll take that away and look into it and provide council with a response as to why there is that apparent high usage. Maybe there is good reason for it. We don't know. As Ms. Humble said, that wasn't what we were looking at in this report, but we'll take that away because it's a valid question.
I really appreciate that, and we're at the point now where we have a lot of high bills to implement to make change, and along the way, if there's simple questions and answers, I'd appreciate the pushback to happen before it gets to council. I think we all have the best interests at hand. Like, you guys are way smarter than me. I always think if you see something like that, I'd like to empower you to push a little bit to have better process procedures and responsibility for the use of consumption, because that's tax dollars, right? And that's what people are mad about spending. I think everyone wants to reach the zero emissions in the end. I think we all want our grandchildren to be happy and healthy. But I think we have to do it through smart movements, and some of them are common sense so people have faith. And so I'd just like to challenge you guys as you come through this. I understand, and I'll back the important ones like the geothermal, because you've educated me and I understand the importance. But the common sense everyday things that people expect, like not idling vehicles, shutting lights off, those are really easy for all the people I represent to see. And it'd be really meaningful to them to see that buy-in and that respect showing back, to know that we're all trying to get to the best place we can. And maybe by handling the simple actions that kind of piss us off, maybe we'd have better buy-in so we can all get to where we need on the big actions that are a little bit magical and scary. Just my comments. Thank you.
Next up, Councillor Siklis.
Hey, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I want to talk a little bit, or ask you a little bit about the corporate consultation, if any was done. Could you go to number 4? Oh, number 5 then. Sorry. One more. This one. Where would the co-op refinery fit in here?
So the industrial emissions is where the refinery emissions are
Okay.
identified.
And what do they have to say?
So through the development of the framework, so again, this emissions modeling was done as the base of the framework, which is one of these pieces that we would look to recalibrate or update as part of that 2026-2027 update as well, to make sure that it's a detailed update. So during that, at that time, the refinery was a member of the community advisory group, and at that time we're also pursuing some of their own net zero targets. Primarily, a lot of that is driven by a lot of the federal regulations. So that's partly why you see some of the actions in the framework around kind of cooperating with industry, although the city doesn't have a whole lot of influence over those emissions, working to understand what partnerships there might be available. So they were, one of the partners working to understand how to move this work forward at the time of the framework.
Okay. Can you provide some specifics on what they're doing?
I can't speak for them at this time in terms of the specific actions that they're working on.
Okay. It's my understanding they're the biggest taxpayer in the city. Is that roughly correct? You would think we'd have a pretty close relationship with them when we're talking about something like this. Maybe they can learn something from us, we can learn something from them, especially if federal is involved. Can we have a little more detail next time about that?
Yeah, I think one thing to note in the update, as we talked about sort of the corporate reporting processes that we've developed capacity around, have really focused on those corporate pieces, and we've worked to try to, at least at a high level in terms of those performance indicators, understand where the conversations would need to be had with community stakeholders to understand or incorporate anything like specific actions that they're taking. So that would need to be a further conversation, and something that could be.
I do want to note that Federico has recently announced its plans to be net zero by 2050 as well. So we know that they are, how far they are along, we couldn't speak to that.
Thank you.
Councillor Rastovich.
Through the chair, you mentioned you guys are trying to source renewable energy. What do you mean by that? You guys are talking. You were talking about you try to source renewable energy.
So one of the ways that you would increase your renewable energy is obviously direct installation. So things like the solar panels that we have on the existing city buildings. Other ways might be purchasing renewable energy. So in the energy and emissions inventory, there's also I think there's some opportunities to, for example, pay for a premium on some of that energy, something that we're looking at moving forward. So that's what sourcing means is
Right.
you may not have it directly on your building or on your site, but you're gathering that or paying for that energy from somewhere else.
Are we paying extra for that? Like, I mean, more than the normal rate?
I I'm not sure if someone else has direct answers on that, but.
I thought that's what you kind of said.
So I can answer that. We've expressed interest in doing that, but I don't believe we have at this point done that yet, no.
Okay.
This is a newer program from SaskPower. That
I guess what I'm kind of getting to as well is there's only so much renewable energy, right? So for example, the other day, SaskPower, we have 800 megawatts capacity for windmills. The other day it was producing 90. So it's, there's limited amounts, right? And even if, we want to use renewable, there's only limited amounts, right? I mean, you need base load, and that's, I guess, that's my point. So I know sometimes we're talking about all this renewable, but there's other ways, like Councillor Mancinelli mentioned, hey, let's turn the lights off. It's kind of like at my house, I turn the lights off. I give my family heck when they don't turn the lights off, or don't turn the water off, or do, basic things, right? Because I believe in saving and renewable and all those things, but, then there's certain sort of the common sense kind of solutions as well, right? In terms of cost. I guess, so when we install solar panels on a building, there's a cost to put that in. There's a cost to maybe replace and et cetera. Would it not be cheaper just for us to buy it right from the grid? I'm wondering, do you have an answer like that? Is it not just cheaper for us to just, instead of, just buy the electricity, get it from the grid versus, us putting panels up and servicing and all this other kind of, and then also the cost of manufacturing solar panels, because 80% of them come from China and probably made from coal. So are these things we're looking at? It's like, I just trying to think of the common sense of what we're really doing. Hey, I get using the methane from the landfill, and recycling and all these other things, but when we talk about energy, like, are we looking at the big picture? When you find it, it's nice to buy a solar panel, but what's the cost to buy it, and what's the impact, and where it's coming from, and what's the amount of energy going in, and then replacing? Because I got a friend, I know some people, for example, they have a solar farm in southeast Saskatchewan. They've run it for 5 years, not making any money, and they're actually thinking of shutting it down. So I guess the question is, back to when we install these solar panels and all this, is it not cheaper for us to buy it from the grid?
So I can start with that question, and then maybe the facilities team might have more information to add. But in terms of sourcing direct renewable energy, there aren't always many opportunities to do that. So as noted, the program that we're looking at right now, the renewable purchase offering with SaskPower, is somewhat new. There's not a lot of opportunities to source just direct renewable energy from the grid. So the grid would be basically that mix of what SaskPower is doing. In terms of the cost benefit of installing solar versus other things, that would obviously be looked at on a project by project basis, absolutely.
So we don't know, I guess we haven't analyzed, or we don't know if it's better for us just to buy it straight from the grid or to install.
City Manager Jim Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think a question that we need clarification from you, Councillor Rasevich, is when you say, would it be better to buy from the grid? Are you asking, would it be cheaper to buy?
Yeah, cheaper.
Right.
Yeah.
But buying it cheaper will not address the emissions matter. So it might be be cheaper. But I mean, that's the whole basis of the underpinning discussion that we have, is if you want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, there may be costs involved.
Right.
So it may be cheaper to buy power directly from the grid, but that does nothing to address the emissions question.
I agree with you, but if we looked at the big picture of where these panels are coming from and what's the energy input to then ship them across and build them, and then after 17 years or 15, you got to replace them, and et cetera. I mean, if we looked at the big picture, that was my point.
Whose question? Who's going to answer the question?
Again, I'm not sure if we've looked down the road in terms of what the costs
Right.
are associated with, say,
Right.
buying a panel from China, if that's indeed where
Well,
it comes
just-
from. But I think it's something we can take away, that in any initiative that comes forward as a result of moving forward on our strategy, that's a fair question that you have to look at the cost benefit analysis.
Right.
But we also cannot, if we're going to stick with council's directive on moving to 2050, net zero, you have to keep your eye on the ball of what is it doing
But-
for emissions.
Right.
So
Like-
it ultimately will come down to a decision on, is council's focus on the policy objectives of a net zero? Or is it focused more on the attached financial impact, whether that's good, bad, or indifferent? I think it's just a public
Yeah.
policy question that
Right.
all councils moving forward are gonna have to struggle with, here and across the world, I think.
But then we're being kind of blind to try to get to net zero by buying and doing things that maybe being net zero, you know, depending where you're getting the panels and where they're coming from and how they're being made, and incorporating that as part of the solution, is that net zero? I guess that's a question you have to ask. Is that is that becoming net zero when you're buying panels and you're buying product from something that's being made from coal? And I'm just throwing that out there because, hey, it really looks good on the surface, but if you start digging in, looking into it, well, maybe it's not. And there's other solutions to try to get to net zero, right? Like maybe sidewalks on one side of the road, instead of pouring concrete sidewalks on two sides of the road. You know, other simple solutions that we can do as a city as well. Anyways, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, and if I may, because it's great discussion, and obviously those are things that can come into further analysis as we move on. Your suggestions aren't without merit, Councillor Vasevich, but I think I'd respectfully suggest that we're going to have to do thousands and thousands of those little impacts to ever reach a larger target. I mean, this is one of those major public policy discussions as to how far does any level of government in any particular municipality want to move to address greenhouse gases, keeping in mind that there are upfront or perhaps unknown or inadvertent costs. And that's just going to be an element that we're going to have to grapple with as we come forward with either future updates or future initiatives, which you've already heard today from my staff, will require council to approve. So we won't be implementing anything new outside of what's already been approved in the strategy.
I guess my question is, if we're putting more solar panels on some of our buildings, is that the right thing?
You have 15 seconds left.
Yeah, is that the right thing? That's the question, because I'm relating to what I'm saying. Is it the right thing, you know?
I think respectfully, Councillor, that we will try to analyze and provide council with the best advice as to whether we think it's the appropriate thing to do. Whether it's right or wrong is so subjective, but what we want to focus on, right, what we want to focus on is, does it move the needle to addressing the greenhouse gases in an efficient and cost-appropriate way?
Okay, no debating back and forth, and you have one more question.
I guess that was my question, have we analyzed this cost-wise? You know, by doing these things, you know? And I know it's not always just about money.
Okay, City Manager, do you feel like you've answered this question?
Yes, what I wanted to do earlier, I just didn't get your attention in time. This was further to something that Councillor Siklees had said or was asking about. This strategy is the City of Regina's corporate strategy. So you have to keep in mind that what we are doing is with respect primarily to our own operations. We are in no position to tell any organization out there or any company what they may or may not do. That is, they will make a business decision, for example, if they wish to go green in whatever way. There may be ways, we're in dialogue with them. If we can come up with some unique ways to provide some incentivization, et cetera, we will continue to look at that. I just don't want anybody in the chambers or watching on TV to think that we as the city can somehow mandate that a particular private company goes green. This is about what we are doing with our facilities. So we can mandate or direct that solar panels go on new buildings that Mr. Hansen might be building. But I can't phone CCRL and say, oh, by the way, you're putting on solar panels tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. So it's just so that we level set and everybody understands that this is the city of Regina's. It's hopefully will benefit the city of Regina and will serve as an example where people can say, wow, look what they're doing. We should get on to that. But we don't carry a big stick in that regard.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Thank you very much for the comments and suggestions around kind of how we're going to get to net zero and energy efficiencies. And trust me, I want to make sure the place is clean. When I say the place is clean, our environment is clean. That being said, I want to make sure Regina is affordable and our taxes don't go through the roof continuously. Simple statements like Councillor Mancinelli said about those simple controls, and Councillor Rasevich, she said as well too. So when we look at engineering controls, we pour a lot of concrete. We know concrete, I guess the economist from the U of R said it's like 1 ton per 1 cubic yard of concrete. So engineering controls, and I'm just going to throw it there, like concrete, when we pour a massive amount of concrete to replace any kind of concrete curbing in the city, whether it be kind of the center line delineation or sidewalks, how we looked at, pouring less concrete and more paving. For example, we rip out the medians, we don't replace the medians, we just asphalt over them. Stuff like that. When I went to the Real District, there was a hot water line that was blasting on a tub of ice just to melt the ice that was cleaned off the ranks. And we talk about water. Mr. Allenby, you mentioned about water and how much energy it takes to pump water around the city, but yet we got the hot water tap open 24/7 at Real. We also have water main breaks continuously. So what are we looking at for those, I'm going to say those low-hanging fruits that we can have for engineering controls to, essentially shut off the lights and shut off the water taps. Also, we talked about transportation systems. We're putting about 24,000 hours in your reports into transportation systems. It's about 19 liters per 100 kilometers of diesel consumption, so really twofold. I drive around the city a lot. I see a lot of empty buses out there. Your own reports state that we don't really have the ridership. So why are we putting all these buses to drive around empty, burning 19 liters per 100 kilometers? My numbers worked out to about 1.5 million liters of diesel a year. That's not moving people, but we're just burning it. We're burning cash, we're burning diesel, we're putting more CO2 in the atmosphere because we have this policy to say we're gonna drive empty buses around the city virtually 24/7 now. So what are we looking at from, one, engineering controls to get something that we can control fairly quickly under control so we can reduce our energy consumption? And then two, I'm going to ask to the city manager, I think something terms I heard astronomical costs. How much is it going to cost to implement a net zero for the corporation by 2050? So one question directed towards what are we doing about those engineering controls so we can turn off the taps, pour less concrete, prevent or replace more piping in the ground so we don't have water leaks and we're not, everything else that's associated with that. VFDs, that kind of stuff.
Through the chair, I'll take the first part of the question, and we could speak about this for hours, so I'll try to summarize a few different things. One key thing that we're doing is investing in our underground infrastructure, and so we are seeing less water main breaks over the last few years, and that is directly impacting less water purchased from Buffalo Pound. And so we're saving money by purchasing less, selling more, and having less water main breaks. But that is a continuous thing that takes years and years to make advancements, and we are making advancements. But you will see a utility budget coming this fall that talks about the need to continue to invest in that underground infrastructure to reduce the risk of those water mains. Talking about concrete for a few minutes, and so concrete is very energy intensive, like we've talked about, and so there's service level conversations that can happen in the future. When you've got 2 sidewalks on either side of the road and you're going to rebuild that road, do you pour 2 sidewalks again and maintain that level of service? Or do you reduce it to 1 sidewalk, reducing that level of service, having an impact on accessibility? Those are decisions that need to be made in the future. Historically, we have replaced like for like. That's something that we can consider, but we would do that with a very transparent and open conversation with council of, are you willing to reduce service levels to reduce costs in those examples?
I might hand it over to our facilities team up in the gallery as well to speak to some of the internal buildings.
Can you speak up?
I'll hand it over to the facilities team up in the gallery as well to speak to some of the facilities initiatives that they're taking to reduce some of these costs.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, from a facilities perspective, we have employed a number of initiatives to reduce consumption. So looking at building management systems to control lights and HVAC equipment to reduce our consumption. We have made upgrades to reduce water consumption in our facilities, so reducing the need to heat that water and the consumption of that water as well. So there's a number of things we're doing around lighting controls, occupancy sensors to ensure that systems are running when they're needed to and not running when they aren't needed to. So,
is that reflected in your data that you're collecting?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, like for what we're doing right now?
Yes.
And then how are we gonna address, like, we're talking about this low-hanging fruit, making sure the light switches are off in all these facilities and making sure that we're doing something that's not gonna cost the taxpayer an astronomical amount. What are we gonna do first? We got a more plan in place to tackle internally what we're gonna do versus, you know, here's our number?
Through Chair, I would say that yes, we are starting to plan out some of more that internal work as we have been doing for the last several years. With the resources that we have, we will continue to execute on whatever those plans actually are. As Mr. Hansen just pointed out, a lot of the systems for facilities themselves are automated and they do already do a lot of that work. But going forward, if there are additional initiatives, just like any other project, we'll plan and scope it out and bring it forward to council.
Is there a way we can measure this? For example, we heard that we can measure our water consumption. Solar panels, we know we're gonna have, you know, say 7 kilowatts worth of solar panels on a building. But what if we reduce overall load by 7 kilowatts? Are we measuring something to say, here's what we're actually doing? If we reduce 7 kilowatts worth of consumption, why put up solar panels? We've already done it for nothing.
Mr. Hansen, I'll pass that off to you.
sure, through the chair. So in a number of our facilities, we have installed additional monitoring equipment beyond the meter, we'll say. So there's our top 50 energy consuming facilities. We have installed multiple meters on that we can track the performance of the various systems in the facility. And when we upgrade those systems, we can track the performance improvement and the reduction in energy use. But we are using the solar panels in some of our facilities to complement those other upgrades. And one of the big moves is around installing renewable energy in our facilities. It's intended to cover 50% of the energy consumption of that facility, and that's the approach we're taking on in some instances.
Is there a report that we can see this? Like, 2022 is here where we were at, 2023, 24, 25. Is this being reported and shared?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, I think that's a valid question. I can turn to the team, and we could perhaps include that in the next annual report. I think, if I can add on to the solar panels, I don't think one should conclude that if we cut 7% of power, that we then wouldn't need solar panels. There's two reasons why I would offer that respectfully, Councillor Bezo. One is that as the city continues to grow and we have more and more people living here, inevitably we're going to need more power. I mean, I think we just have to look at our own personal circumstances, and we know we all have more gadgets drawing power in our respective houses than ever before. And secondly, I think it would be very erroneous to assume that current power rates are just going to stay the way they are. They might just jump up dramatically overnight. Throw in a couple of Mideast wars and we shut the oil down. And I mean, Councillor Rasovich, respectfully, I mean, if you're looking at things that impact world costs, just look over at the Middle East right now, let alone what China might be doing. So we are always trying to do that because we are going to continue to grow as a city, and we need to be mindful of the fact that we're 2025, and this is to 2050. I can't in any way predict what this city is going to look like in 25 years. But we have to do our best to ensure that we do have the infrastructure in place and that we are reducing some of those emissions as we can. This is Council's policy. If Council wishes to go backwards, that is respectfully within Council's prerogative to reopen the debate and say we're not doing this anymore. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying the power is within the 11 of you to determine whether you want to proceed with our Renewable Regina initiative that was approved many years ago. But that is up to you.
Thank you very much. I would like administration to do a couple takeaways if that's possible. When we look at a policy like that, we're going to be looking at a policy of how not Regina is affected today, but like you said, tomorrow and in 25 years from now to 2050, we need to have some kind of tangible measurement. So a cost per unit, cost per person, cost per household, cost per something, to actually have a trend line. Yes, you're right. As our population increases, we will have higher energy consumption. That's all there is to it. But if we have a higher energy consumption based upon, today's per capita versus tomorrow's per capita, that's a different measuring point. The other thing I'd like to have administration do, we have a budget cycle coming up in a very short 2-week, 3-week period, is start putting some numbers around this policy. So we have a few a few points, if we can get some numbers around each one of these policies. So what would be the cost to implement this policy or these sections of the policy? And if we can have those numbers before the next budget cycle.
City Manager Jim Nicol, and you're out of time, Councillor Bezo.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. May to my left is taking notes here. We will work to have something for you so that you have it in the December budget package as it is. And keeping in mind that we are embarking on 5 public meetings to go over various sections of the status of the operations of the city in September and very early October. Those are 5 separate meetings. Those are information meetings so that you understand to the best that you can the complexities of all the programs and services we offer here, our revenue and expenditure challenges and realities. That information will then serve to inform you as we start to narrow down and get to the December 26 or 25 budget deliberations. So we'll be doing our best to ensure that you have the full package and catalog of information by which you're going to be challenged with making some decisions.
Are there any other questions from councillors? Okay, I will ask my questions then. So I have some clarification questions. With this plan and other plans like this, like the accessibility plan, how do we share them with our municipal corporations, and do they follow these plans as well? Send it to
Sorry, I'm not sure if I understand.
So our municipal corporations like Rio or the library, are our strategy plans, such as the sustainability plan or the accessibility plan, are they also shared with our municipal corps who receive funding from the city? to follow as well. And I'll just, to Jim Nicol, the city manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Specifically with respect to Real, as a municipal corporation, they are not bound by what we do, but I think it goes without saying that we would expect them to be working diligently with us as part of the overall city structure to do whatever they can in that regard. And I think that would also be something that we would expect from the library, given their public face in this community. And again, not getting out in front of it, but I mean, that's a question that would be appropriately put to both organizations when they appear before you in November of this year with their budget proposals.
Do we actively give them our plan such as this or the accessibility plan and explain it to them as guidance and align?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can't speak specifically to how they are engaged with these plans, but I believe that we as administration and various levels of the corporation would be speaking with them. Again, I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, but I'll ask Ms. Burton, do we speak with Real in this regard? Mr. Hansen, do we speak with Real, for example, in this regard when they're doing things, just at a high level? I mean, I can't believe that they would be totally unaware of the things that the city's trying to do.
Ms. Burden?
Oh, thank you, and through the chair, I believe that they are aware, but I don't know how much engagement takes place with them when developing these plans.
Okay. And Mr. Hansen?
Through the chair, yeah, through conversations with facilities folks over at Real, they are aware of this plan and also have their own kind of initiatives and plans in place to how they're going to align to the plan or to the framework.
So with this strategy plan and other strategy plans similar in nature, if we wanted to make sure that our taxpayers and funding suit our strategy plan, how do we go about making sure it reaches all of our partners? Is there something that council can do, or is it a suggestion, or is that how do we go about that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, I think just off the top of my head, for example, with respect to Real, I mean, Mr. Hansen's already indicated what they do on their facilities. But again, there are 3 non-elected or non-voting members from council on the Real board. So you have a voice right at that table. The same thing with respect to EDR. And I think the rest of it would be council taking a lead in sharing what you're trying to do with the community. The plan was set in place so that the city of Regina could profile what it is doing in terms of its own corporate entity to lead in addressing climate change and reaching a 2050 goal. Incumbent on that is for the cheerleaders to be from City Council. I don't know if that was ever written down anywhere, but that was certainly the implied meaning of it, that City Council has to champion this. Administrations, our job is to implement it. Yours is to champion it.
Okay, thank you. I can ask more questions about that offline. My second question is about plugins for electric vehicles around our city, especially downtown. There doesn't seem to be as many, and maybe you could answer that. And what are we doing about that for our public too? Is there a plan for that, and how do we compare with electric vehicle plugins around downtown and other places, even here at City Hall?
I can start, yeah.
Thank you. So in terms of the electric vehicle actions in the energy and sustainability framework, as Mr. Nicol has identified, the emphasis has really been on the corporate pieces and not to this date with our existing capacity on community, like private electric vehicle or public charging outside of city facilities and city operations. So I can just speak to that in terms of what that focus is. If there's other data or information that others have, I'm not sure.
Anyone else from administration want to speak to that? No. Okay. How do we get that more in focus for the community to encourage them to be able to plug in their vehicles.
Sorry, through the chair, I would say that it would be direction from council to build in that type of infrastructure into the public realm. If we wanted to do that, then we would have to put in that infrastructure. And that decision would have to come from council.
Okay. Okay. And then I have some questions about our building. So our RFP process and our building standards. I think I read in the report that Saskatoon is tier 2 and we're looking towards tier 2. Is that correct? Can someone speak to these tiers and where we sit with it?
I can initially take this question here. As Mr. Comrie stated earlier, the province initially started off at tier 2 and has taken a step back to go to tier 1. The city of Saskatoon, I believe, is currently in the process of making the decision to stay at tier 2, and the city of Regina is collaborating with the city of Saskatoon to see if there should be collaboration between the two largest cities in the province to make that decision to both stay at that second tier. So we're actively working and constantly collaborating with the city of Saskatoon to try to at least match up our standards.
And then from a commercial perspective, I know the pool is LEED silver. Do we have a LEED standard with our new construction, or different standards, or carbon, or any programs? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, through the chair, we do have a draft green building standards policy in place, and it does look at the zero carbon building standard as well as LEED silver in guiding us in alignment with the ESF. So we use that as our guiding document for any new builds or retrofits.
And then for our procurement, when we are specifying in our commercial buildings or new buildings, do we make preference to local materials to reduce the carbon transportation costs?
Through the chair, that would come through the design process for those new builds and renovations, yes.
Do we have that in our standards, though, to look at that for the environment? Or is it just based on designer input?
Yes, I think that evaluation happens, sorry, through the chair. Evaluation happens through the design process. It's not at the procurement stage where we would be requesting that. So we would evaluate the different materials that would go into a new build or renovation and select the appropriate solution in alignment with the policy and the framework.
And with the LEED standard, is silver our standard, or do we have a goal post or something that we work towards, or is it a different?
Yes, through the chair, the silver would be the minimum standard.
Okay. And then my last question is innovation. As a counselor, I've met with a few people around town who've been doing a lot of innovation with carbon capture and things like that. And I'm wondering, have we been talking to some of these local innovation things, and what have we been looking at to do things a little bit different and leading edge?
Thank you for the question. In terms of specifically carbon capture, so what I can say is during the development of the framework, the actions that are identified and the modeling that was based, or the modeling that was done, was based on technologies that are on the books and sort of proven at that time. So it's all based on kind of what we understood could currently be implemented. So there wasn't specific actions around those types of pieces. I think obviously there's tons of opportunities for innovation in this space, particularly when we're looking at following that approach of reducing our energy use and improving energy efficiency as that way to get to our targets. So we're obviously open to hearing any and all ideas. But I can just speak to that in terms of how that specific technology was addressed in the framework process.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Does anyone else have any questions or statements they'd like to make? Okay, I will let Councillor Zakiniak close the debate.
Okay, thanks. So first, I do want to state, like, I agree with Councillor Rasovich that we need a full life cycle analysis, and that's why I think there's been discussion about embedding environmental sustainability as a guiding principle for our decision-making process, and that way we can know that we are actually considering all components, and that the life cycle analysis tells us that an action is, across its life cycle, a good step forward. And yes, it's important for us to, like, it is important for us to shut off lights and water, and that is important. It's a basic step, but unfortunately, as we've seen today, those sorts of actions are not enough. We need to do way more than just shutting off lights and water. But I want, one thing I would like a response to from administration is this concern that buses are driving around empty all the time in the city of Regina. That's not my experience, but let's hear what Transit's perspective on that is, based on what do the facts tell us? Are buses driving around empty all the time in the city?
Through the chair, I'll start, then ask Mr. Looning to give a bit more detail. So we track ridership regularly and have thresholds, and we know when we're not meeting ridership standards. And if there's situations where they are, we can reallocate. But I'll let Mr. Looning give a bit more details on what that ridership looks like.
Through the chair, yes, our ridership has been steadily increasing. Last year we had a 4% increase, and this year we're on track to see a large increase of 15% in ridership. In general, you will see empty buses at times, I will say that, but that is generally at the end of the run outside, closer to the end of the city, and at times when there is less travel overall in the city. But we would expect and hope that, because as the buses travel to key destinations like downtown or to the university, they fill up and customers get on there and get off at their destination. So overall, our ridership is quite healthy and has been increasing very well, and it's been attributed to some of the service increases we've seen over the past few years.
Great, thanks. Okay, and I just wanted to highlight a few points from the report. So to meet our even 2030 target, more transformative actions are needed. And when we have, in the report, it talks about transit electrification. Each bus is expected to reduce annual emissions by 30 tons of CO2 equivalent based on current electric grid carbon intensity. That's on page 7 of the report, if you'd like to see it. One thing about green bins that I thought was interesting, because I know there's still some concerns out there in relation to green bins. GHG emissions in 1 year were reduced by 7,521 tons. So residents already pay for the green bin. So if we just utilize the green bin, we can also continue to reduce our emissions. So that's something really important that I'd like residents of Regina to know. Like, let's continue our usage and expand our usage of the green bin. In relation to page 9 of the report says fleet electrification. Electric and hybrid vehicles collectively reduce GHGs by approximately 40% compared to conventional vehicles traveling the same distance. Okay, now I also want to ask administration, can you tell us how much money was put into the development and staff time and resources of the energy and sustainability framework and the transit master plan to this point? How much money and resources have been expended?
I can start with that. Yeah, so in terms of the energy and sustainability framework, obviously I'd have to let our colleagues speak to the transit master plan. The consulting and project development and engagement support for the framework, I believe, was around $250,000, and then the staff time at different times of the project development. There were a couple staff back in, I think, 2019, maybe part-time working on other projects, and then a project team was assembled. I don't have the total number in front of me, but I believe we had around 5 or 6 staff working on the different aspects of the project over those 2 years in terms of managing the different inputs, gathering all of the data inputs that went into building the models and building the baselining, and working with community and working with internally with the other partners in the organization as well.
Through the chair, I'll add for the transit master plan, there was
not on yet. There you go.
Sorry. Through the chair, I'll add for the transit master plan, $430,000 in consulting was budgeted for that development.
Thank you. So we've invested significant time and resources into the creation of these plans. It's important that we follow these plans. Do I have seconds left? 5 seconds. Okay, and our 2030 target of 50% electric vehicles will not be achieved, I'm assuming, if we stop ordering electric buses. Is that accurate?
Yes, that would slow down that meeting that target. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Just receiving file.
Councillor Rasevich, put your vote in, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
All right, we're moving on to EX 2572. Okay, so we are going to take our lunch break right now, and then after lunch we will start out with EX 2572, an hour. So we'll be back at quarter. We'll be back approximately 5 to 1. So. right, welcome back. We'll get started shortly. We are going to be starting with the delegation related to EX 2572. Can I please get everyone to their seats? So we'll be talking to the delegation from EX 2572. Zara Normasi, the remote delegation. And we also have a withdrawn delegation, which is Omar Ahmed. So for our delegation online, I will just read you the introductions, please.
Wait, I don't think that they're online yet.
Yeah. So it'll be, can you just say hello to know that you're here and can hear us okay?
Hello.
Great. So I'll be getting yourself to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I'll try to give you a minute warning and then 30 seconds warning, and you can start whenever you're comfortable.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Zahra Nouri Samile, and I'm working as a postdoctoral fellowship in Park Center, Regina University. And we were part of a project for climate adaptation for Regina City project. And I was part of it, and for risk assessment and mapping. And you are free to ask any question if you need to know from me.
Are you done?
Yes, I think just introduce myself and where I'm working, and I'm climatologist to add. And if any question, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll ask Council if there's any questions for our delegation. Oh, here we go. I have questions from Councillor Zakiniak.
Sorry, can you tell us again what your role was with the climate adaptation strategy?
I was involved with risk assessment and mapping.
The risk assessment mapping, so you were, that the city worked with the University of Regina to do the risk assessment mapping. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Maybe if you could give us an overview of the work that you did, that would maybe help.
Yeah, okay. So it was, we are diverse background. We are working here, hydrologists, climatologists, and we are 2 climatologists working here. So one of us, he was doing a projection of climate data for Regina City. And after that, I was doing analysis and data processing for map for risk assessment. And actually, I'm working as a postdoc, so I work for Davis project here. So for this specific one, I did mapping.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good.
Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation.
Actually, sorry, just I was not ready for I didn't know I have to present something because as I saw already project was delivered to you, and just I thought I should join you if you have any question for project or mapping. I didn't make anything ready for presentation today.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you so much for your time. We do have the reports. Oh.
Okay.
If I understand the delegate correctly, I think that she participated in the preparation of the study. We might have pointed questions that cross over with her expertise, so she wants to remain on as a member of administration should our questions cross over so she can offer her knowledge. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. I think that's what was going on. She had an instrumental part of the strategy. Sometimes we answer very specific questions. I think,
can I direct it to the city manager? Okay, can I direct that question to the city manager on
I'm just trying to pick up the
Is
pieces.
this
That's
part
what I
of
picked
your
up on.
admin team?
Why don't you go to the mic, Mark?
Hi, through the chair. I believe partially what she's saying is, yes, she did help develop some of the technical details through Park, who we contracted to help us with some of the research. And she is saying that she can stay on, but I don't believe that's required from administration's end.
Okay, so thank you so much for your contribution as a delegate, and we'll continue on to the administration report.
Okay.
And you will be asked to leave the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you so much again, and sorry for the
You're
confusion.
most welcome. All the best.
We will now consider item EX 2572, the climate adaptation strategy. Can I have acting city manager Jim Nicol please introduce the report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before you is a recommendation to approve the adoption of the corporate climate adaptation strategy and recommend it to council next week. The corporate climate adaptation strategy is necessary to ensure that Regina is on track to plan for the risks of climate change and has consistent and defensible risk management and climate action approaches that align with other municipalities across Canada. And perhaps most importantly, a strategy is required to ensure that the city has access to funding opportunities, notably from the federal government, and this in turn requires a climate adaptation strategy. It's not debatable that the climate in Regina is changing and a coordinated approach is needed. Many areas of the city have begun incorporating climate change into their work, such as the new specification for the drought-resilient plant species and action around extreme weather in the community with our extreme weather policy. And a strategy will help further align that work to account for future climate projections based on consistent data available to us. Throughout 2024 and 2025, administration has been working to understand how the city's operations, services, and infrastructure are being impacted by climate change now and in the future, and looking to identify actions that the city can take to prepare for these changes and impacts. During the development of the strategy, we've seen some of the worst wildfires in the province in decades, and winter characterized by frequent freeze-thaw cycles that have created significant challenges for our winter road maintenance and contributed in some degree to infrastructure deterioration. By approving a climate adaptation strategy, the city will be more prepared to address not only future considerations, but present risks. Again, Mr. Tran and Ms. Humble this time are joined by Kennedy Debia, who is a sustainability and adaptation consultant in our office, and she will be providing a presentation for you.
Hi everyone, I would like to start by reviewing the concept of climate adaptation and what a corporate climate adaptation strategy will mean for the city. Climate adaptation is about taking action to manage the impacts of climate change, like extreme weather, wildfire smoke, and unpredictability, now and in the future. Incorporating climate adaptation into the city's work can reduce the negative consequences of climate change and avoid major infrastructure repairs and reduced service level delivery in the future. Climate adaptation is included in municipal climate action work alongside climate change mitigation work. And climate adaptation will complement the ESF by laying out the city's approach for managing the impacts of climate change, while the ESF focuses on how to reduce future climate change from occurring. Many municipalities across Canada already have climate adaptation strategies, and they are generally considered important components of municipal climate action work and risk management. Next slide. Headlines are starting to paint the picture of how climate change is affecting us in Saskatchewan, from drought to icy conditions to tornadoes
and record wildfire smoke. It is clear things are changing when it comes to Saskatchewan's weather patterns, and the city needs to be intentionally preparing for these changes and adapting before it's too late. Sorry, we don't have the clicker, it looks like. While climate adaptation is already being considered by many areas within the city when they approach their work, the need for a formal strategy was identified to ensure there is clear direction on how the organization approaches climate adaptation and consistency in the technical data informing decisions, as well as to ensure we are consistently eligible for all available funding opportunities. The objectives laid out in the adaptation strategy include increasing the city's resiliency and reducing vulnerability, optimizing the city's financial and natural resources, bridging gaps in existing plans, and incorporating Indigenous perspectives into climate adaptation and resilience planning. Climate data is the foundation of climate adaptation planning, as it helps us understand what hazards and impact may materialize in the future. The climate modeling for the adaptation strategy was prepared by the Prairie Adaptation Research Collaborative out of the University of Regina. That's the group that Zara represents. And it provided key insights into how Regina's climate is projected to change over the short, medium, and long term. The most significant outputs from the climate models indicated that annual average precipitation is expected to increase by up to 20%, and average temperatures are expected to increase significantly across all seasons, meaning hotter summers, increased humidity, warmer winters, and a longer frost-free season. Based on the climate data, the primary climate hazards for Regina were identified as flooding, mainly from heavier rains, drought and dry conditions occurring more frequently throughout the year, increase in freeze-thaw cycles throughout the winter, with warmer temperatures increasing the likelihood of major thaws throughout the winter, increased seasonal variability like extended falls and hotter springs, extreme weather like major thunderstorms, cold snaps, or blizzards, wind, which is a persistent climate hazard on the prairies, and wildfire smoke, with dry conditions and extreme weather creating an increased risk of fires locally, as well as smoke from forest fires in other regions. It was very important for the city's climate adaptation strategy to incorporate Indigenous worldview in line with the Indigenous framework, Kinasi-Tikuwin. Thanks to the guidance of the project's Indigenous advisors, Elder Harry Francis and Bryce Jardine Pelletier, as well as Chelsea Lowe from the city's Indigenous Relations team, we were able to begin the process of understanding how Indigenous knowledge and worldview can inform environmental work and climate adaptation. Grounding the work in treaty principles was a helpful framework to follow, and the treaty principle of Wetaskiwin, meaning living together on the land in harmony, really stood out in terms of relevance to the climate adaptation strategy. Indigenous knowledge that informed the adaptation strategy included the principles of considering the inherent value within every aspect of the environment, balancing the environment and human needs, saving resources for the future, and taking care of the well-being of oneself and others. In addition to these fundamental values, Kinasi-Tikuwin guides us to continue to incorporate Indigenous knowledge, people, and perspectives in the planning and implementation of future phases of climate adaptation work. To fully assess the impacts of climate change on the city, a climate risk and vulnerability assessment was undertaken. Risk statements were developed for each impact identified and evaluated based on probability and severity. Some of the most impactful risks identified through this process included damage to critical infrastructure and utilities, lack of water supply, long-term degradation of infrastructure, disruptions to the transportation network, residential property damage, water quality challenges, loss of trees and plant life, new operational needs for buildings, and an amplified stress on vulnerable populations. The risks were grouped into 5 main categories based on the primary area of impact: infrastructure and other assets, water and environment, recreation and outdoor spaces, work and operations, and people and safety. Based on the foundation of data and risk analysis, the city will be prepared to start taking action in key areas that support climate adaptation. Each action area identified includes goals and examples of initiatives for advancement. The areas for action identified include infrastructure resilience, which focuses on how we can plan, design, and maintain municipal infrastructure to withstand major impacts from climate change, such as by reviewing our design standards and maintenance practices. Drought preparedness, which focuses on actions the city can take to prepare for drought and water scarcity conditions, like improving water conservation efforts. Stormwater management, which focuses on ensuring both minor and major stormwater systems have sufficient capacity to prevent damage from flooding. Here, we can look for innovative green infrastructure tools like bioswales and rain gardens to increase system capacity. Environmental water quality focuses on monitoring water quality to protect the water needs of residents and downstream communities, especially through collaboration with operational partners like Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant and EPCOR. Trees in Nature focuses on enhancing the natural environment to maximize the benefits for climate adaptation, such as expansion of the urban tree canopy, which helps create cooler urban environments. Building Operations, which focuses on incorporating climate resilience into municipal facility operations through updating equipment or processes to manage changing conditions. Safety and Emergency Response focuses on proactively planning for the impacts of extreme weather and changing conditions to protect the safety of workers and the public. And finally, Seasonal Service Delivery focuses on planning for the impacts of increased seasonal variability on city service delivery, which may mean reviewing recreation program approaches or adjusting winter road maintenance planning. The implementation approach was developed to describe how the city can go about making changes and implementing initiatives aligned with the action themes. The components of the implementation approach include utilizing data, research, and Indigenous knowledge to inform projects and work, updating plans to account for climate risks, developing competencies required to advance climate adaptation work, like employee training, building resilient infrastructure that is prepared to withstand the impacts of climate change, integrating a climate risk and adaptation lens into existing processes, and delivering public education and outreach that incorporates climate resilience perspectives and messaging. The approval of the adaptation strategy will position the city to effectively incorporate climate adaptation into our work, further advance existing organizational efforts, and identify new opportunities for climate adaptation. Sorry, could I go to the next slide? The approval comes with no new budget asks at this time, and there are several priority initiatives that can be advanced starting this year to lay the foundation for a coordinated climate adaptation approach across the city. These actions include working with Indigenous elders to share teachings across the organization, incorporating climate resilience into a community-wide hazard risk and vulnerability assessment, developing an implementation plan for advancing specific climate resilience actions, training employees on climate adaptation, and reviewing and updating technical requirements for design standards. Progress on the adaptation strategy will be reported annually along with future updates on the ESF and through updates directly on master plans and specific initiatives that relate to climate adaptation. Thank you so much for your time today. I will now be available for questions.
Can I have someone move this report? Shannon? Councilor Zakiniak? Okay.
Not having the clicker was stressful.
Lights not, or there we go. Thank you. Okay, so I do have some questions. First one is, I think it's like early on in the report, it talks about the cost reductions from operational cost savings and long-term cost avoidance of us implementing this strategy. Can you speak to that a bit more?
So when we're talking about potential cost savings, it's pretty similar to the energy and sustainability framework, where actions that we can take to conserve energy or conserve water will also save us money, as those resources do, cost us money to pump, like we discussed earlier, cost us money to treat that water. So the more that we can be responsible with those resources and invest in savings, that can result in longer term cost savings.
Okay, great. And I wanted to note that I thought like this, sometimes our environmental impact section or Indigenous section like have less information. I thought both were really good on this report, and this is the best Indigenous impact section that I've seen in any of our reports, so I just thought I'd give that feedback. So can you give some more information about the funding opportunities this strategy would set us up for, and that this strategy is necessary for?
So the trend that we're seeing in a lot of the federal funding requirements just to apply, there seems to be a trend moving towards having a adopted or endorsed climate adaptation strategy. We're actually seeing this right away. FCM is putting it within their requirements, and they have also hired their own consultants to create their own database to basically have a quick rundown of which municipalities do and do not have climate adaptation strategies endorsed and also published on their own external websites as well. So it's becoming a requirement more as we go. It's not on every single application, but from administration standpoint, we want to be ready to make sure that we are eligible to at least apply for these funding opportunities.
Yeah, and on the note of FCM, I actually received an email about that I forwarded to administration. They're like, do you have one? Do you not? We need to know by this date. So this is timely. And if this gets approved at council next week, I think we just meet the deadline of when they needed to know that do you have a published strategy on your website. So we're just like potentially, hopefully under the wire if this gets approved, right?
That is correct. And we've already been working with our team to get it published as well.
Can you give some more information about the purpose? It talked about that there was engagement with the Extreme Weather Committee in terms of this strategy. Was that to ensure, was any of that engagement done, the purpose of that engagement, and was that also done to ensure there was an equity lens in this work?
Yes. Yeah, we were hoping to incorporate an equity lens into this work as much as possible. It is a corporately focused strategy. So to do that, we focused on the areas where the city plays a role in supporting vulnerable communities, which is primarily coordinated from a climate adaptation perspective through the Extreme Weather Committee.
And who makes up the Extreme Weather Committee? Like, I think there's, like, I don't need all of the members, but I believe there's also, it has membership from like nonprofit organizations in the community. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And just when we talk about an equity lens, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is supporting vulnerable populations who are most susceptible to the impacts of climate change. Like that's what we're talking about, right? Like we can address climate change by just saying everybody go buy an EV, but we can also address climate change by ensuring that we are taking actions that also help our most vulnerable community members, like expanding our bus fleet. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. Now, on the note of public engagement, like as has been noted, this is a corporate strategy. So that's the difference with our energy and sustainability framework was a community strategy. This is a corporate strategy. And that's why like this is to guide our efforts as the city of Regina, the corporation, right? That's the difference between the two. Okay. Can you speak more to the Green Municipal Fund? Like there is a specific funding stream now for this work, exactly this work. Can you speak a bit more to the opportunities, if someone can, that we're aware of through specifically the Green Municipal Fund in climate adaptation with this strategy?
So currently there's three streams of funding opened through the Green Municipal Fund that that as part of their adaptation in action portfolio. One of them is to help municipalities develop climate-ready plans and processes, which doesn't require you to have an adaptation strategy. And then there is a stream for feasibility studies, which does require you to have a plan already, and implementation projects where you can access up to $1 million in funding to put towards implementing a climate adaptation project. And that one you definitely do require an adaptation strategy to be approved.
Right, so this plan sets us up for being eligible for that funding pot of up to $1 million.
Yes,
right.
Yeah, and feasibility studies up to $70,000, we're eligible for too.
Okay, And then we talked about, like part of the report talks about infrastructure resilience. And so we know that, and it's laid out here somewhere, that it's talking about like the soils in Regina, the shifting, and how difficult that is on our infrastructure. So that's another, like the adaptation is like, how do we adapt to the climate change that is already occurring in our city? And so I think we've all recognized the infrastructure deficit that we have. So this plan will help us to address that infrastructure deficit and the impacts that are already occurring to our infrastructure, specifically in Regina. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate, yes. Right now, we already use weather data and historical data to inform how we design our infrastructure. And this would just be looking to incorporate what we know about future climate projections to make sure we have that full picture when we're doing any new infrastructure designs.
Okay. And then we talked about the costs related to putting in, addressing climate change. In the report, it actually talks about the cost of climate change. If we don't do anything, is going to be billions of dollars in lost GDP. Like it's on page 8 of the report, and we talk about specifically in Saskatchewan that those losses are projected to be as high as 3.1 billion. So there is a lot of costs associated with inaction on climate change, and that is included in this report. So in terms of why we as a city, why did we commit to be net zero by 2050? The report talks about how this aligns with the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. And that recommendation is to help slow climate change to below 1.5 degrees warming.
Out of time, so I'll just let you finish your bit.
Okay. So to help slow climate change to below 1.5 degrees warming to avoid the worst impacts. So I know there's been questions before about where did that number come from. It's aligned with the science. It's aligned with the targets across the world. Like that's why we have the target. To be continued.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli.
Appreciate the strategy through the chair. I do have a question about Appendix D on the maintenance operational costs with the carbon tax not included. I have a question in case you're not hearing me in Appendix D for the maintenance and operation costs with the carbon tax not included. 2 questions on that chart. On an electric bus, the interior diesel heater, it costs half of the fuel usage of a bus to heat a diesel heater for the electric bus usage. Is that real, or is that just is that the cost of a new heater every year and the fuel to run it? I'm wondering how that reflects. It seems like a lot of diesel per bus to keep warm.
Mr. Noni?
Through the chair, good question. That information is in the next report in detail, and so I think we can talk about it there for sure.
Oh, did I skip ahead by accident?
No, I think it's in both reports, but
sorry.
full conversation will happen in the next report when we're talking about diesel electric buses.
Okay. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead by accident. I thought it was part of this. I hit the wrong appendix and it caught my attention because I've seen that. In that case, I'll just start off with what I had originally written down. I talked to the clerk ahead of the report, and I was wondering, I had a motion if I could get it put up on the screen. I'd like to move. Basically, I can start talking to it. We talked a little bit about concrete this morning, both for the emissions and the cost. It kind of took a point of interest. Looking at a strategy for climate adaptation and how we're going to try to control that strategy, I kind of wanted to put a little bit of a more concrete move forward. I wanted to ask administration what it would look like to reduce the amount of concrete we use in a year by 20%, and how that would affect the following components of our operations. Knowing that we have to balance not just the environment, but with our costs and the expectations of the public and service levels, and that we have to answer all those boxes each time we made a decision, I thought this was the right time to maybe come and address this question. Concrete is one of the most expensive things we buy in a year for all the repairs and maintenance we do. According to our exit this morning, it's one of the most concentrated emitters of GHG emissions. It's a big piece on our annual budget. How we plan our city and lay that concrete influences our parallel multimodal transportation network, which is part of this strategy and our adaptation plan. We fight hard every winter for our residents to be able to move through our streets because we lack adequate space to put our snow. And we don't have the money to pick all that snow up. So trying to find long-term solutions to mitigate our heavy snow years is important. And trying to look in that space for an existing city is almost impossible. These are hard challenges, so we have to come up with innovative solutions. We've had historical parking challenge forever because of the width and the accessibility of our streets. This has play on it as well. And because I paid attention to my council meetings, I know how expensive concrete is, and I know that climate mitigating strategies are expensive. So I also want to know at what type of savings we're looking at. And with that, if this could be looked upon as a forward funding source to help us achieve our results. And on top of that, accessibility is a big part of our city. I think there's one more bullet point. It might just be the page down. We have a winter city. It's hard to walk at the best of times, especially in the winter with the snow. And with the thousands and thousands of kilometers of street and sidewalk, we don't have the money to clear everything. If we started to replan where we put that concrete, the sidewalks, had more room for snow storage, could we finally make Regina properly accessible in the winter for all? And I think that especially with the upcoming budget and the concentration on funds, I think this is a really important question. So I thought as part of a strategy moving forward, this would be applicable. So I move it forward to see if the rest of the council agrees. There is a bullet to accessibility just down on the page, is there not? Okay, just making sure I didn't miss it, that's all.
Okay. Okay, so. Okay, to, I guess, administration can answer if this timeline is feasible for next week. It says August 27th there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First point would be that this is arguably more relevant to the previous report that was on renewable as opposed to climate adaptation. But having said that, no, administration would not have this ready for next week.
What?
Would you like to provide a recommendation for our timeline?
I'll turn this over to Mr. Doney, but I expect he's going to say sometime in Q1 of 2026.
Through the chair. Yeah, just digesting this a little bit. And so the 20% reduction calculation is something that, likely could be done. It's more the impacts of that to service levels that are much more challenging. So, we could look towards Q1 of 2026 to come back with a overview of that. I think it might be reasonable, but this is definitely a cross-corporation initiative to see more around the lines of what is the impact of a 20% reduction in concrete. I'd mentioned earlier about doing sidewalk on one side of the street instead of two. That's an example. So that'd be one impact. But I think Q1 of 2026 is something a bit more reasonable, but we would still need to think about that and confirm that next week at council.
Okay. And then Councillor Mancinelli for comments.
I think for the bulk of everything I've put on there, I totally respect your answer, Mr. Doney. I appreciate that. Just thinking of the unique budget cycle we have this year, with the first time we're presenting a budget to the public and taking information the way we are taking it in. Is there any way we could have the high-level budgeting and a little bit of the dollar figures on what this looks like? I think this could be a very important conversation in this year's budget. So although I know we couldn't actually go forward with any kind of usable incorporated parallel multimodal transportation network, to actually understand the dollar amounts on how that looks on our construction and maybe the GSG amounts and our emissions for a first-time budget cycle like we're experiencing, would that be doable by administration?
Through the chair, if we were to do some rough analysis of we spend X dollars on concrete every year from a sidewalk replacement and median replacement, and time, you know, to 20% of that, like that high level number,
Yeah.
that's something that is likely reasonable. But the devil's in the details of where are you going to cut 20% of concrete? That's much more challenging.
Appreciate that, and knowing the type of budget we're going through, to have that kind of information is, I think, what we really need, especially when we're calling on the public to be part of the process more than years gone by. And if you wanted to put a date for the report in its whole, so we could have a wholesome discussion, I'll accept whatever date and whatever quarter, and whenever you think that you can get your administration to do the work. I know you have a pretty full workload already, so to talk the numbers during budget cycle I think is important, but the actual real work, I know you have lots to do, so you can fill in the date, and I'll agree.
Yeah, through the chair, I appreciate that. We do have other work that we're doing on primarily sidewalks and concrete, and that's looking to come back in Q1 of 2026. So part of this could be incorporated into that. So I would recommend saying Q1 of 2026, and then we can provide, I think by next week at council, some very high level budget impacts for a 20% reduction in concrete in things like sidewalk.
Thank you.
I would like to myself. Okay. Okay, so I have a friendly amendment, which I think might actually be your missing bullet point, which is about accessibility and making sure that this report or even the reduction price would affect the accessibility plans in the city, and also maybe the multi-pathways. I think those, I'd like to put a bullet point in there for that, if you would accept that. Yes. Okay, so to take into account the accessibility priorities and any multi-path priorities we may have, like how it interrelates to those strategies. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Is that accepted?
Basically, maybe we should put the word like affects or affects the ability to incorporate, or like it. Oh, I got that in the previous sentence. We're good. I had that in the lead-in statement. Once again, I should read the whole statement as a whole. My apologies. I made it myself and I forgot what to put down there.
Okay, does anyone have any questions on the amendment? So we have Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'd like to make another friendly amendment to that, and not to handcuff administration by saying 20%, but I'd like to put a friendly amendment where I would say like only use precast concrete structures when required, if that would help, instead of saying 20% and use concrete, but the precast concrete structures when required, and only when required. For example, curbing, medians, barriers.
Okay, so this would be Councillor Mancinelli's amendment. Are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Sorry, keep my mic off. As long as I'm understanding correctly, I'm asking for a reduction in poured concrete for all the following reasons. I think what Councillor Bezo is saying is maybe as an alternate to poured concrete, we could use precast as one of the solutions. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's kind of, if this ever gets it off the ground and we're implementing, that comes more into the conversation, so I don't think it hurts anything. I think that's fine. But then after that, we have to quit because now it's getting crazier and crazier.
Yeah, my only concern is like.
Okay. Is this, Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to look at this? It's reduction in poured concrete, correct?
Yeah, I believe poured concrete is the item I discussed with the expert this morning that had the massive GHG emissions and costs us so much money every year. So a couple cast concrete features, just so we don't get too crazy and just hate concrete altogether. I can accept Councillor Bizo's amendment, it's fine.
Okay. Do you have any further questions, Councillor Bizo? On the amendment? Okay, next I have Councillor Zakiniak.
All right, so I was following along until we started talking about poured concrete and cast concrete. I have no idea what either, poured concrete, I get it, we pour things out. Cast concrete, someone's gotta help me there. What's going on with the amendment? Like what is, and maybe we can just leave it. We're talking about a 20% reduction in poured concrete. Administration will let us know. Why are we talking about cast concrete? Who would like to take that? And what the heck is cast concrete as well?
Councillor Bizo?
Yeah, so precast concrete would be precast forms. So a very simple example of a precast form are those concrete barriers that you see on construction, that you just kind of pick them up, put them in place. Curbing is another one, like parking lot curbing. But precast concrete forms come in many, many different shapes and sizes.
Okay.
So there's, if you say 20%, we might just be handcuffing them way too much. So if you're doing, I'm going to say a rail refurbishment, there's concrete panels that you put in place that's precast concrete. So it's just a material usage.
And so what we're talking about is limiting the 20% reduction to not handcuff them too much to poured concrete.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay, I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions on the amendment? Okay, Mayor Chad Perchinsky.
Thank you. Just for clarification, are we just saying we don't want to say poured or cast? Or are we just saying a reduction in concrete, regardless of whether it's poured, cast, or otherwise? Okay, poured would count because we're talking, okay, that's fine. Just making sure. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions on the amendment? I just want to ask administration on their opinion on the types of concrete, because I don't think we actually have asked administration what they feel about poured or precast or blocks and their opinion.
Stated. I don't know if there's a difference in GHG emissions between poured concrete and cast in place concrete. That we have to do some research, but let's focus on poured concrete for now, and I think I'm okay with what has been drafted on the floor of council.
Okay. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to close?
Through the chair, one more comment.
Oh, okay.
I don't think this needs to be in the motion, but we're going to focus this conversation and report, if it's okay with council, on things like sidewalks. We're not talking about water reservoirs that we're building out of concrete, that kind of items. We're going to talk about the visible things that you see on the road.
Okay. Okay, and I guess point of clarification, it would include both the environment and the economic impact, like financial and sustainability returns.
Yes, through the chair, we would hit on the bullets that are identified there, so the GHG emissions and the annual budget savings.
Okay. Okay. Oh, City Manager, Jim Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. From administration's point of view, I'd also request that the list of things to assess their impact would be traffic safety.
Okay, back to Councillor Mancinelli to review what's been written and to close debate. Oh, and okay. Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
Okay, I guess I appreciate everyone taking the time to have some input into this. I hope it passes. I really appreciate the extra traffic safety bullet because Mr. Doney was on the correct path. I am totally after boulevards and sidewalks and those type of features. I look at the redesign of Broad Street that happened a decade and a half ago, the elimination of the boulevard, the renewal of the street, how much easier maintenance is, how well traffic flows. And every time I see a gouge mark on a boulevard on a brand new cast piece of concrete just to get hit with salt the following winter and fall apart in 3 years and calculated at, I think, about $2,000 a yard, it's a real hard one for me when I'm answering my taxpayers. With all the conversations about snow storage, parking, accessibility, and how much there is to look after, I really look forward to this report feeding back. And I hope it helps cost consciousness. So thanks for participating. That's all I got.
Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to call the vote on the amendment. Councillor Rasevich, would you like to put in your vote? And Councillor Flores, can I get you to vote verbally, please? In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, we are back to the main motion. And Councillor Mancinelli, you have just over 2 minutes if you'd like to speak to the main motion some more.
I appreciate the support on that motion. I look forward to getting that information. And I guess to the main motion, I appreciate the strategy as well. I thought because that was kind of a more physical aspect of limiting how we put concrete down, I was good for putting it in the strategy. Sorry I messed that up, Mr. Nickel. And yeah, I appreciate that we are thinking forward and putting a game plan, a framework, and a strategy together to address. I'm committed to following it, so thank you.
Councillor Rasevich.
I found this report kind of interesting. I was kind of wondering who paid for it. Is this a city report, or is it outside funding, or just one wondering?
Through the chair, the majority of the writing of the actual strategy was done in-house with our own internal staff. The technical details, as the first delegate came through, was actually from Park, who actually helped us do the technical data research, because we don't have those resources in-house. So they were procured to help us do that.
Okay. How much do we charge them to do this?
60.
We know?
It was approximately $150,000.
$150,000?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, and I guess, you know, I can agree. Yeah, I'll agree. Has our climate changed? Yeah. You know, it's interesting, you know, we had some prior delegates, you know, and just talk about, I guess, climate change. And so there will be a question. When John Palliser came through the prairies in the 1840s, he said nobody should live here. He said we shouldn't farm here, nobody should live here, if anybody knows about Palliser's Triangle. So there's always been challenges, I guess, even back then. There were sand dunes in the prairies back then. I mean, sand was just blowing around, and since that time, what's happened is from the 1840s, and actually going back to the 1700s, there were sand dunes. But now those sand dunes are consolidated with vegetation because the climate has changed. And is that due to man from the 1700s, you know, to the 1840s? I don't know if there are any cars driving around. So the climate has changed, right? So I guess my point is it all man-caused? Because when I look at the data and I look at the numbers and the projections, you know, by 2070, you know, we predict all certain temperatures and everything, you know, like how accurate are that data? I'm asking you, how accurate is that data? Like, how can we know that?
Through the chair, I'll quickly respond to that. I guess it's a matter of the science and actually believing the science right now for us. We have used the data that you know, the experts have given us to assess what climate change has actually occurred within our own municipality. One thing I do want to reiterate, and to your point, is that Regina is a very resilient community. Within administration, we do a lot of work already within our design work, our construction, that does fall in line with what we're talking about in this strategy around climate adaptation. And we will continue to do so. This strategy is more formalizing it to making sure that we have a strategy in place that is endorsed by council to make us qualified to get additional funding from the federal government. And also, like I said, make it official for our own internal administration to follow these guidelines.
So the purpose of this report, I guess, is so that we can access funding. That's the main purpose of this report. It sounds like it to me, right? To access funding.
Through the chair, I would say that is one of the purposes, certainly.
One of the purposes.
That is very important.
Right.
Okay, City Manager Jim Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to add to what Mr. Tran said in response, Councillor Rasevich, is that respectfully, we're not here to debate, admin's not here to debate whether the climate change is happening or going on. I think the federal government has made it very clear that in the federal government's opinion, it's undeniable what's going on. As Mr. Tran indicated, without a strategy, we cannot apply and get any federal funding for any adaptation measures. For example, if we've had more freeze-thaw pipe or line breaks over the last couple of years because of the weather, 1 minute it's 40 below, the next minute it's 20 above in January, that is an obvious thing we're having to deal with. That's just one example. But the point is that this strategy is meant to portray our willingness to step up and say, we accept that things may be happening, and to be ready for it, these are where we're identifying it, and as we come forward, we may be applying to the federal government for specific funding. I think I heard $1 million of funding, or 70,000 per studies, at least on a couple of consultant studies. Without this approved strategy, we're on our own.
Right. So basically, we're just trying to fall in line. Because if we don't do this, we can't access money. It's whether, it doesn't matter if you, I mean, because I agree, you know, we need to adapt, you know, like, I mean, if we plant natural grasses, you know what, you don't have to water them. I mean, obviously, right? I know you mentioned that, you know, we have, I think, a water supply, like if people, it'll be a challenge with water, but you know what? We're using less water, we're having to pay more. Actually, that's happening. So, with Buffalo Pound, because there's less usage, they're not collecting as much revenue. So we're paying more, and that's a fact. So, okay, I just want to make some clarification so people who are listening that, you know what, the reason sometimes for myself to approve this would be to get access to federal funds. You know, do I agree that we have to adapt? Yes, because I also read climate change is already affecting Regina. I guess I was kind of worried. Well, there's always been freeze-thaw. There's always been, we live on gumbo. The soil expands and contracts. Our basements fall apart. I mean, this has been happening for a long time. This is nothing new. You know, and the fact that should we change our vegetation and, you know, things like that, of course we should, because you know what, that just makes sense, right? So anyways, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other questions from councillors? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the clerks to call the vote. Oh, sorry, closing. Councillor Zakiniak, would you like to close?
I do have more. Lucky you. There's a cost of inaction section in the strategy, and what I do want to point out is the return on investment. So it says in there, investing in climate adaptation can yield $12 to $15 for every dollar invested. So there is a positive return on investment from doing this work. And to me, this document actually is a really good example of an attempt for us to weave some guiding principles. There was environment, reconciliation, and inclusion, because we're talking about the impacts on our most vulnerable community members. So I think that I really appreciate that these lenses were incorporated in this document. Okay. I also, it was noted that, like, in our engagement, it was determined that some of the climate models don't fully represent climate hazards like wind and smoke. And so my question is, what is the plan to respond to those climate hazards that so far are not well articulated in climate modeling? Do we know?
Sorry. I think currently our plan is to go off of what we already know about wind and continue to do what we can to measure wind ourselves in a day-to-day, like as wherever we can at the landfill with weather stations. And then really looking at the intersection of how the other climate change that we can model, how that can be affected by the things that we know are happening, like wind or smoke.
Okay. And the report notes that as was already discussed, like Councillor Rastovich noted, we've been dealing with these things for a while. We are, as the report notes, we're a prairie city with a semi-arid climate, and we are particularly susceptible to the impacts of climate change. It also notes that the majority of employees thought this work that were surveyed thought this work is either very important or extremely important. So I was happy to see that, and that staff, as part of, it just notes in here that staff will be trained on Indigenous knowledge. Is council going to be trained on that too? Because I think that would be helpful for councils to have training on all of us as well. Is that planned? Anybody knows?
Through the chair, I don't believe that was part of our original plan, but it's certainly something that we can add in, and I believe Mr. Nicol wants to speak to
that. City Manager Jim Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That is something that we're more than willing to provide to members of council, Councillor Zakiniak, and Chelsea Lowe from my area would be the lead person on that. So with the indulgence of council, if that's something that you want, we can certainly arrange that, and we can work to set out some options for some relevant training from Chelsea and her team.
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but like if council were invited, then I guess we'd have the opportunity to attend if we were able. So I would be interested in being invited.
I would imagine that there's more than just you that would be interested, and if it turned out that we had to do a couple of sessions, that's fine.
Sure.
We will work around your schedules.
Thank you. And then there's an action areas section of the report that talks about goals and examples. Are those definitely happening, or are those like, because it says examples, and so I'm wanting to know like if that's going to happen, or how will those examples be like clarified whether or not they'll happen?
So I would say that those aren't those are examples of actions that you could take to advance towards those goals, but we would like to work closer with the specific business areas to figure out exactly what the best way is to make advancements towards each of the action areas identified in kind of the most cost-effective and best consideration for the organization as a whole.
And if this passes, when will council be interacting again with this document? Oh, yearly, annual report backs, right? Okay.
You have 40 seconds remaining.
40 seconds. I don't even need that many. I think this is a great document. I hope it passes. We know that there's funding that's available to us. We also know that, as noted, we're already seeing the impacts of climate change on our infrastructure. We have an infrastructure deficit. We need to address these impacts that are already occurring, and this document will help us do that. Thanks.
Okay, and with that, I'll ask the clerk to start on the vote on the motion as amended.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, next up we have EX 2574 and the delegations related to that. First up, I would like to call Jerry Lynn Nixon. And as you make your way down, I'll just give you the instructions. When you get comfortable, you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, where you live, your ward, if you know. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I will try to give you, when you have a minute left warning and 30 seconds left warning, and you can start whenever feels right.
My name is Geraldine Nixon. I represent the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association. I live in Regina in Ward 1. I would like to thank you, first of all, for letting me have the opportunity to speak. As a board member of the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association, I'm honored to speak today about why our city should continue investment in electric buses. It's essential not only for our environment, our economy, and our community health. Let me begin by assessing the real-world experience that makes this transition practical and urgent for our city. One, the proven reliability in all climates. Critics often question electric bus performance in extreme weather, but the data tells different story. Saskatoon's experience demonstrated reliable operation in both extreme cold and heat, with modest winter range reduction easily managed by the heaters. Our chosen manufacturer has proven Canadian deployments, including cold climate cities, and shapes components within our existing fleet for seamless maintenance. The warranty protection that comes with the buses. These buses come with unmatched warranties, including 6 years, 500,000 kilometers of battery coverage, 12-year corrosion protection. This translates to a minimum risk and long-term savings for taxpayers. The immediate environmental benefits. Every electric bus limits harmful tailpipe emissions. In high areas of where the buses are being used, you'll see a dip. And it's smart economics. We have already had 52 million in federal funding already secured for the buses that we've already bought. But you'll see a savings of 60% reduction in fuel cost and 30% reduction in maintenance versus diesel. And we don't know what future initiatives and grants will be available. We're still waiting for the federal budget. I'd like to thank you. This is our moment to lead. With federal support and proven technology, we can build a cleaner, more sustainable transit system without asking taxpayers to shoulder the full costs. I urge you to continue with this critical investment, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Got Councillor Zakiniak with some questions for you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here. You're here on behalf of the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association, is that
Yes.
right? Speaking on behalf. So when I look up, I know you have a Facebook group. It says you have 1,400 members on your Facebook group. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Do any other members have questions? Okay, Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair, in our report, to go with these electric buses, it'll cost the taxpayers $108 million.
There's always a cost, but as I said, there could be more federal grants available here. Just the federal budget hasn't been released and won't be released till the fall, so we can't, even though we know that there's going to be some kind of rebates available, I don't know on exactly all that, or grants available, what will be available in the future months, actually, so.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question. So in our report, we have 3 options: diesel, hybrid, and electric. And we've been talking about electric and diesel. Do you have any comments about the hybrid option? Sort of a...
Well, with hybrid, you're dealing with 2 different engine types, and you need both of them to work reliably together in order for the vehicle to run. So there's also the added maintenance of oil changes and putting gas in as well. But a hybrid option is always, could be just as good. Yeah, there's.
Would you say it's better than the diesel option?
Yes, it would be better than the diesel option.
Okay. And yeah, I don't think I have any other questions. Any other questions from anyone else? Okay, well, thank you so much for being here and for your presentation. We really appreciate it. Okay, and I can ask you to return to the gallery. Next up, we have Abhay Sashal, and I'll have you come down. And please, when you are comfortable, you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I'll try to give you a warning with 1 minute left and 30 seconds left. And you can start whenever you're comfortable.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Abhay Singh Sachal. I am the founder of Break the Divide, a nonprofit that works with young people in Regina around climate action and mental health. We empower young people to navigate their emotions and be empowered to be resilient. I'm also a resident of Regina. I'm from Surrey, BC, but I moved to Regina 2 years ago. I'm a proud Ward 1 resident, and I'm happy to be here today. So really, I grew up in Surrey, BC. I lived in Toronto, and I moved to Regina 2 years ago. And in moving to Regina, I really loved it. I came to Saskatchewan to do my master's in educational psychology at the University of Regina. I'm training to be a psychologist. And one of the things I really love about Regina is the people. The young people here especially, people are warm, but the young people especially are passionate, inspired. They want to take action, and they see the issues in their environment today, and they want to do things about it. As the executive director of Break the Divide, this nonprofit working with young people, one of the things that we've seen in hosting dialogues with young people and in working in high schools is the reality of how they feel when it comes to issues of climate change. They recognize that we are in the midst of a climate crisis. We see the impacts every year. We see the impacts every summer. This is the record-breaking wildfire season in Saskatchewan. We know that's tied to climate change. We also know that the increase in heat waves and, again, the cycles that we've been talking about today are tied to the climate crisis. And so young people recognize this, and they're feeling very hopeless, anxious, and worried about the future. When I say hopeless, I think the level of despair amongst young people needs to be understood. In working with young people, a 2023 survey of 1,000 people, 1,000 young people in Canada, said that 73% think that the future is frightening. Over 50% think that humanity is doomed. Think about that for a second. Every 1 in 2 young people thinking that humanity is doomed. And when we talk to young people in Regina, when we've worked with them, we hear the exact same things. And do you know what one of the biggest causes of these feelings of despair are? One of the biggest causes that underroots this is feelings of betrayal from decision makers and elected officials, from leaders. Now, I've had the opportunity to serve on the Environment and Climate Change Canada Youth Council. So at the federal government, I was a part of the United Nations Environmental Program Council as well on the environment. But none of that feels as impactful actually as being here right now, because those decision makers, it's hard to reach them. These are decision makers, you are decision makers that young people can see, know, and are in community with, that can look up to. And we have an opportunity here to make decisions that help young people. Like a 16-year-old girl who I worked with in Regina, who told me that she thinks that humanity is so doomed, she doesn't sleep at night. Over 50% of young people in Canada talk about their climate anxiety, this overwhelming sense of despair for the future, impacting their day-to-day functioning. We're talking about focusing in school, playing sports, being with family. Like, these are things that are being impacted. And so I know there's a lot we can do, and the reality is we've made a plan. We have a framework, one that's community-driven, one that we've talked about throughout today. It was passed unanimously in 2022 with targets of 52% emission reductions and net zero by 2050. We're not meeting our 2023 or 2024 targets, right? And every delay has real economic and environmental and emotional costs to our infrastructure, but also to our environment and to our health and well-being. And so when we think about that, based on everything that we've talked about today, a decision like this that's in front of us, that the framework included specific actions like electric buses. Right now, we're still considering holding on to diesel buses in the city of Regina, but hybrids even would reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that we see. And so I've seen firsthand how these young people feel the sense of anxiety and hope, and again, a lack of empowerment, so much apathy, and so much anxiety when it comes to not being heard by political leaders. We've adopted this framework. We've told people in the city that we consulted that we want to take action. This is an opportunity to do something here. So my ask here is pretty clear, to move forward with purchasing the electric buses or delaying this decision to the point where we have access to funds instead of the diesel buses. This is a crossroads, and investing in young people is actually investing in these electric buses. I know they're more expensive, and I'm happy to answer questions and talk about that, but it's not just a transit choice. It's an investment in Regina's youth. It's an investment in our health, and it's an investment in, honestly, our credibility as decision makers and as leaders to say, hey, we signed up to this commitment. We're now going to follow through on it. And so it's not really whether we can afford to act, it's whether we can afford not to. If we don't take action, if we don't invest, and if we don't meet our targets, there are very legitimate consequences. And what I'm here to say is that we know there are consequences for young people and their well-being, their apathy and their sense of hope for the future. And so I'm happy to answer questions, but really I think that options are clear here to take action, and this is one of the ways that we can do that.
Thank you so much. I see Councillor Zakiniak has some questions for you.
Thank you. So you had asked us others to move forward with purchasing electric buses like we had committed to doing, or to delay the decision until there are additional funds available. Is that right? I just wanted to make sure that I captured that accurately.
Absolutely. You know, the city of Regina has received, my understanding is $57 million, or approximately that amount, in other federal incentives to invest in this sort of programming. And so there are programs like that that we can access, and we have an opportunity to make a decision right now. I think we should have all the information that we need to make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Rastovich?
It's interesting that you mentioned your psychology, right?
Yeah.
So it's funny, like, I'm gonna ask you what your thoughts are on this. You know, like fires. Most of the fires that occur are caused by people.
Yeah.
Right? Most are caused by people, the majority.
So when we think about wildfires and the reasons that wildfires have been increasing in severity and length every single summer for the past many years, especially here in Saskatchewan, there's people that are ultimately at the end of it, but the reasons that these fires are lasting longer, that we're needing to put more money into putting them out, is because of climate change. And what I mean by that, and specifically this is what the evidence shows, we can ask the City of Regina staff, those that are working on this, because of drier seasons, which we know the farmers are talking about. We've heard about drought in Saskatchewan now, and we see the impact of that. Because of the drier forest bed and increase in thunderstorms and other activities like that, when lightning strikes, and it happens more regularly now in these very dry forested areas, those fires happen more frequently and they last longer. They're harder to put out. So we're not having the precipitation like we would have in the past. And so, again, I'm not even here to talk about why this happens or not. I'm here to say this is the reality, and we know that we need to adapt to this future. So what can we do for that?
And I guess the other part I was going to mention, like psychology. You look at weather maps.
Yeah.
You know, just to ask you, you know, 20 years ago or 15 years ago, a weather map, if it was 22 degrees Celsius.
Just a reminder that
it'd be blue, but now.
Excuse me, Councillor Rastovich. Just a reminder that the motion is to talk about the purchase of the electric buses.
Okay. Okay.
So if I can respond to the...
Okay, I'm talking about, this is, because this is, anyways, all right, okay. Well, fine, we'll drop it.
I can respond to the idea behind that
I think the decision is, well, continue
okay, we're just talking
to go
about,
to
we're
the
going to vote for electric
purchasing
buses.
of the
Okay, but she's
transit.
talking about how our young are being influenced and they're fearful and all these things, so I was trying to talk to him about that. So if we're just only talking about electric buses, then we'll leave it at that.
And so I think what I can say to that is this idea that when it comes to electric buses specifically, we have an opportunity to tell young people in the city that in making decisions that are aligned with the framework that we ourselves, the city, has signed on to, passed unanimously in 2022, we have a clear way of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions in investing in electric buses. That is a clear sign that we are acting in alliance with the framework that we've adopted as a city, and it's a message to young people that, you know, this sense of despair for the future, with 50% of young people in Canada think that humanity is doomed, like at a city level as decision makers, what can we do to tell young people that we're listening and that we are going to take action to both mitigate and adapt to climate change?
Any further questions?
Well, I guess we're just talking electric buses. So one electric bus is equivalent to taking eight cars off the road. We can find other ways to maybe take 8 cars off the road, whether it's people riding, I guess, but we're a winter city, so maybe get more people to ride their bikes in the summer. You know, there's other ways to do it instead of going to taxpayers' pockets.
Can you phrase that in a question, please?
That's it. I'm done.
I can respond to the idea behind that idea. Maybe if the question is, what's the point of electric buses if we have other ways of reducing the emissions from cars? That's the question. I've lived in Regina for 2 years without having a car. I bike around regularly in the summer. I happen to live in a part of Ward 1 where I have access to buses, transit, and I can bike around. In response to electric buses, actually, just one specific thing is when we think about the future we're building in the city of Regina, in December 2024 at Break the Divide, we hosted a roundtable with young people in the city where we talked about the rights to a healthy environment, that every Canadian has the right to a healthy environment. And we heard young people talk about how their asthma, they can't breathe when they're downtown in winters because of all the exhaust from buses and from cars, because we are in a very car-centric city. So automatically, actually, if we think about the many benefits of electric buses, yes, they're reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. They're also improving our air quality, especially in these industrial sort of cores where people can breathe better. Really, it's as simple as that. So I'd urge everyone to consider the many benefits of these electric buses, both in terms of the cost of not investing in them, but also the many benefits that come from having an electrified bus fleet. And the City of Regina already has committed and has purchased electric buses. We can do more. And instead of tying us down to the path of new diesel buses, I know there is a cost to it. I really acknowledge that. But I know that there are ways that the cost of not taking action will affect us for a much longer time.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay. Next up, I have Councillor Flores.
My mic is on. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that presentation. Through the chair, you spoke about your work with youth and what you've heard from them. Could you please elaborate a little bit more about when you talked about their fears and how they talk about their future, but also their engagement and how involved are they in the initiatives that are currently happening with the city, but also with other organizations to address these things as youth?
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the fears and fears of the future for young people, I would say there's a lot. Again, over 40% of young people in Canada say that they're hesitant about having children because of climate change. So again, let's think about that for a second. There's an entire generation of young people that have these very clear concerns about the future. We hear this with young people in Regina as well, worried about their futures and feeling this overwhelming sense of anxiety and dread that we're going to have hotter summer after hotter summer, and the people that are the most marginalized, people that are the most vulnerable are going to be impacted the most. We know that. And so when it comes to that, that also comes with a passion for taking action. And so I think to that point, Councillor Flora, to the chair, that a lot of young people are taking action in a lot of ways. There's initiatives like Better Bus Youth. Young people are a part of gardening and permaculture projects. They also are advocating for municipal climate action and really adhering to what we've signed on to with the Energy and Sustainability Framework.
Thank you. And then could you talk about how is signaling that we care by following through with our evidence-based plans that we've put together positively impact future engagement?
Yeah, that's a great question. When it comes to showing that decision makers care, that has many knock-on effects. It lets young people know that their actions and their words are being listened to as an important stakeholder for the future of the city and for the present of the city. Young people are being listened to. It also immobilizes, it encourages more action. If we continue to advocate as young people for climate action, but nothing happens, that leads to a lot of despair and a cycle of apathy and then less action. So if we want a generation of young people that are going to be engaged on all sorts of social issues, whether it's poverty, whether it's cancer reduction and raising funds for homelessness, there are a lot of different issues that actually, in telling young people that we care about this one, it encourages them to be active citizens and agents of change on a lot of different issues as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Councillor Rastovich?
Found a way to rephrase. Yeah. So the question is, do you think that the media plays a role in creating the fear and with, I guess with the people you're dealing with in terms, and I'll give you a couple examples of, so again, I'm asking you, do you think it's creating fear? Like, for example, like weather maps. 15 years ago, weather map will show 20 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius blue, and now the whole maps are red. Another would be, I was listening on the radio yesterday, well, we're going to be 30 degrees Celsius and they got bacon sizzling in the background and making it sound like the world's going to end. It's just these messages that are being sent.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the whole conversation drifted quite a while ago from EX 25-74, and it's to direct administration to purchase or reconsider the refurbishment of diesel buses. We're now talking about weather maps and psychology.
Well,
I'm going to say everyone is talking about this, so we need to get back to the agenda at this point.
But I guess the point is, other councillors are talking about children and this and that.
I think procedurally, I I make a ruling.
Okay.
Um,
We don't have to go down this path. Anyways, I made my point already.
Okay, so we will focus
I-
ourselves onto the actual purchase
Yeah.
of the decision we have to make, and we'll try to align that with our questions. Do you have any further questions about that?
No, let's just vote on the buses.
Okay. Councillor Bizo, did you want to ask some questions?
Are we moving on?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's to your turn.
That's what I'm asking.
It's your turn in the queue to ask questions. Do you have any questions? Okay. Well, in that case, does anyone else have any further questions for the delegation? Okay, well, thank you so much in your presentation, and I will ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, I would like to call upon delegation Laura Stewart. And when you are down here, you can introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, and after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I will try to give you a warning at 1 minute and 30 seconds. And you can start whenever you're comfortable.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon now. I am Laura Stewart, a resident of Regina, Ward 6. Speaking on behalf of the Regina Climate Action Fund, I have with me the fund founder, Nora Stewart, my mother, a resident of Ward 1. Nora established this fund after she found it nearly impossible to make a modest donation to the city to help cut emissions. Nora gives talks to seniors about climate change, and they always ask her, what can we do? It could be quite a project for those seniors to raise the money to buy even one electric bus, and we don't think they should have to. I read through your very reasonable sounding report on transit fleet options. For decades, we have been hearing reasonable arguments for delaying climate action. Now here we are, 7 years after this city set its 2050 net zero target, 10 years after the Paris Agreement, 20 years after the Kyoto Protocol came into force, and 40 years after Carl Sagan testified to a hearing of the US Senate about the greenhouse effect in 1985. Sagan said, because the effects occupy more than a human generation, there is a tendency to say that they are not our problem. Of course, then, they are nobody's problem. And here we are, close to 2 generations later. If humanity had chosen over those 40 years to make very reasonable efforts, global emissions could be at net zero now, and with nature's help, atmospheric CO2 levels could already be trending back down toward pre-industrial levels. Instead, much of humanity entertained reasonable arguments, all while watching atmospheric CO2 rise by 23%. Today, the emissions that produced this rise are themselves still rising. The impacts are starting to bite. Food prices are rising due to climate change. Conflicts are rising due to climate change. With challenges like these, we should not be surprised to see federal programs on pause. We should not be surprised to see public reluctance to pay for climate action. In the big picture, the more the climate changes, the tighter finances will squeeze. And that means, most likely, Regina will never have a stronger economic base for taking action than it has right now. With our Climate Action Fund, we are saying it's time to stop waiting for somebody else to solve this problem. It's time to ask some very tough questions of any reasonable sounding argument for delay. In this spirit, I have some questions for you to consider. I hope you will press for answers to these questions. How would this recommendation affect your readiness to purchase electric buses when new funding opportunities arise? Have you considered that bus refurbishment may be a good option environmentally because it allows you to look again at electrifying those buses within 6 years instead of waiting 17 years, nearly a generation, to do so? Regarding electric buses, the report reminds us to consider emissions from generating the electricity they use. Aren't those emissions Sask Power's problem? Electrifying the fleet, becoming a larger Sask Power customer, should give the city better standing to demand cleaner power. Have you considered the impact on morale as you limit citizens' access to electrified transportation? With this decision, you would be slowing down your corporate emissions cuts. Have you considered how such a slowdown may be mirrored and magnified across the community? Instead of leading by example and sparking interest in electrifying other heavy vehicle fleets, you would send the message that it's too expensive and not urgent. Instead of showing that emissions cuts are underway and sparking interest in being part of that transition, you would take away a program that, as Kike said this morning, offered hope and opening the door to the kind of thinking that says, why should I even try, since others are giving up? With our Climate Action Fund, a handful of Regina grandmothers are working to electrify lawn mowers and leaf blowers, because at this time, that is the work we find within our reach. We ask you to stay the course with Regina's commitment to electrify the bus fleet. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to questions. I'll remind council that we are talking about the motion for the purchasing of the buses, and we'll try and stay on that topic. So Councillor Mancinelli with questions.
Hi, appreciate your words today. Just looking for a bit of clarity. In your submission or summation, you mentioned refurbishment, I guess to mitigate and to allow not to go to another generation, 17 years, but to use as an intermediary step. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thanks.
Are there any further questions? All right, well, thank you so much for your time and your passion and being here. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
Could I say a word, please? I don't know whether you used up all 5 minutes. Nobody told you that.
I'm sorry, it's the time is return to the gallery now, procedurally. Thank you so much. We do have one more delegation remotely. John Klein, are you here?
I am, yes.
Okay, so what we'll do is I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live, and what ward, if applicable. You'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I'll try to give you a minute warning and 30-second warning. And you can get started whenever you feel comfortable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since we, until recently, have had no corporate strategy to adapt operations for the climate, it makes perfect sense to order more loud, smelly, and expensive buses now. We don't need more of those woke electric buses. We may have started out 110 years ago with the best electric public transportation system money could buy above the ground, but we've evolved past the need for zero-emission public transportation, as demonstrated by most of our council and City Hall administration avoiding using Regina Transit like the plague. But I have to update that because earlier today, Dr. Dolter's delegation let us know that since we all know that 94% of Regina avoids using Regina Transit regularly, well, far fewer than that avoided the plague. So anyway, that analogy doesn't really fly. Sorry. I can't think of a single reason we'd want to reduce our emissions, make streets quieter, or have these girly buses that hum instead of roar to life. And apparently neither can City Hall or this council think of a single reason anymore. Gone are the days of approving the energy and sustainability framework unanimously or the transportation master plan. People don't buy loud and smelly manly pickup trucks to drive in Regina because they're the affordable option And neither should Regina consider things like long-term affordability or horrendous air and noise pollution when buying buses. Wait, since I wrote all that, I read your website, regina.ca, and it turns out that council approved the ordering of 20 new buses for delivery this year and next, and they're electric. And the purchase of electric buses is in alignment with both the Regina Transit Master Plan and the Energy and Sustainability Framework, and will reduce Regina Transit's greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. The city also applied for funding through the federal government's Zero Emission Transit Fund. The total project cost is $52 million, with the federal government covering up to 50% of that infrastructure and bus cost. And the City of Regina has been approved to receive $26 million in funding through the federal government's Permanent Public Transit Program, Zero Emissions Transit Fund. So I guess what I said earlier was a lot of nonsense, something that this report has in common. Maybe using federal transit money for a pool project wasn't so bright in hindsight. Neither is getting zero notable dollars from the provincial government for transit, when it's much more their responsibility than Ottawa's. I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from council members? Okay, seeing none, I can ask you to disconnect from the meeting, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We also have a communication with respect to this report, which is EX 2580, James Elliott from Regina Sask. Can I have someone move this communication be received and filed? Councillor Mancinelli? Is anyone opposed? No, okay, carried. So we are going to have our break, and when we return from our break, we will discuss EX 2574. Thank you so much. So we'll be back at 2:47, if I did my math correctly. Welcome back from our break. We will now consider item EX 2574, the transit fleet options. Can I have Deputy City Manager Curtis Doney please introduce the report?
Through the chair, good afternoon. We are here to receive Council's direction on the City of Regina's future bus purchases for up to 49 buses from 2027 to 2030. In this report, we have provided information on the different bus types, including diesel, hybrid, and battery electric buses. Significant funding levels from the federal government that supported the initial purchase of the first 20 electric buses are no longer available, resulting in significantly higher costs for municipalities that plan to continue transitioning to electric fleets. Administration has analyzed funding opportunities, operational costs, capital costs, and greenhouse gas emissions for the different bus types. As such, administration recommends purchasing up to 49 buses, diesel buses, for 2027 to 2030, and for the option of bus refurbishment to be explored. The city currently has 123 buses in our fleet, which will include the 20 electric buses that are expected to be operating by the end of 2026. This report does not seek budget approval, as that will be part of the 2026 budget process. Today, we are seeking only Council's direction on future bus purchases. Joining me today is Nathan Looning, Director of Transit, and others. We are more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Zakiniak? Then, would you like to speak on it?
Yeah. Before I make my motion for the report, I understand that administration has given us a very comprehensive report with their best efforts of how they propose to address a budget issue. And the budget issue is regardless of which types of buses we decide to proceed with, right? There's a lack of funds, whether it's diesel, hybrid, or electric. What I am asking for is some time. I'm asking for time leading up to the September 24th council meeting. And during this window of time, I plan to I would like to have some conversations with some of the national organizations that I'm involved with in these national organizations related to both transit and environmental sustainability to explore if there's additional funding options available. I also think it was noted that the federal budget has not come forward yet. I would also I'd invite anyone who is willing to also explore options amongst your networks, whether with the federal government or otherwise, to see if there's any upcoming funding opportunities that we are unaware of. So I'm proposing a referral motion and a referral motion until the September 24th council meeting. And I did mention this to administration, who confirmed that there is not a significant risk in delaying this decision by a month. So I'm not asking administration to do anything. I'm asking for more time so that I can do some work and whoever else wants to also explore opportunities.
There is no debate on a referral motion. It goes straight to vote. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the deferral motion.
For real? Just one. Are you serious?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. So I will just summarize what we are voting on right now. This is to refer this report to September. And because it is a deferral tabling motion, there is no debate. So we are just basically voting to say this will come back in September. And the clerks will call the vote on that. Councillor Bizo?
I'm just logging in right now.
Okay. Councillor Bizo, would you like to cast a verbal vote?
Yeah, I'll go in favor.
Okay, in favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
A point of order to Councillor Mancinelli.
I know the matter's been referred. I have one question to the report. It is coming back to us, and it has to do with the accuracy. If I'm correct, I'd rather have it checked for accuracy, so when it comes back, we can have a solid debate on the report. Could I ask the one question?
Can I? Procedurally, it's not supposed to happen, so I'll just ask you to maybe ask them.
I'll verbalize it to you. I can follow up with administration, and that way it's transparent to the public. Is that okay?
I'm going to say yes, just do it.
Okay. In the report, it identifies as our electric bus option is having to use 51 tons of CO2 per year for the heater, and a diesel bus, both for heating and transportation, only uses 81 tons. I think that that's just using a conversion of the waste heat from a combustion engine, but that heater being such a small size compared to a diesel engine for that waste heat, I think it might be an error on the report. I wouldn't mind someone following up on that and just verifying the accuracy so we can have an accurate discussion when it comes back. I hope I summarized that properly. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just get administration to verify that and report back to it in
Any
September.
questions, I'd be glad to.
And we will move on to the next item. Okay, so now we are going to consider item EX 2569, the encampment response protocols. Can I have Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden please introduce the report?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair. At the March 26th City Council meeting, administration was directed to report back with the current encampment process response protocols that are utilized to assess and address encampments. This report speaks to the current protocols that are followed in Regina, as well as the larger local challenges with respect to houselessness and ultimately the increased prevalence of encampments. These challenges are not unique to Regina, and response protocols and policies vary across the country. Our current encampment response process aligns closely with other prairie cities, which operate under similar legislation and jurisdictional divisions. While the report in front of you today lays out current protocols and our practice for encampment response, our team will be returning in Q4 with a more fulsome strategy that illustrates the city's role in advancing the plan to end homelessness and the community safety and well-being plan. Many areas within city administration and external organizations play a role in our current response practices, and we have a diverse group of subject matter experts here today to help answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, can I have someone move this report? And Councillor Flores?
So I'm just waiting for my mic. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just want to let you know that give notice that I'll be, when we close the debate, I plan on moving a referral motion, but I'd like to give everyone a chance to ask questions, and I have some questions myself as well. So first, I want to start by thanking administration for their work on this report. It gives us a really clear and sobering picture of the reality of the encampment situation in our city. It confirms that what many of us have seen and hear every day, that this crisis of houselessness is growing, and our current approach is perhaps not keeping pace with that. So with that, I have some questions. The report details our current close and coordinate model. Can administration provide an estimate of the total annual costs of this approach, including staff time from bylaw to police, parks, as well as the direct costs for cleanup?
Thank you through the chair. To the best of our ability, I'll refer that to Mr. Slater or Mr. Slater.
Mr. Killeen.
Oh, Mr. Killeen.
Through you, Madam Chair, the direct costs for encampment response right now. Within bylaw enforcement, we have a encampment team that will regularly basically inspect encampments throughout the city. And it's important to realize that those costs wouldn't be necessarily negated if we were to shift our strategy. We would still have a response plan. The actual direct cost for remedying encampments within the city on public property is in the realm of around $10,000. To give some context for that particular number, the encampments are generally very small when we're cleaning them up now. So it's, essentially 1 or 2 tenths, meaning that the cleanup is pretty nominal in price. And the any other cost, there is other costs through Mr. Slater's area. Same thing, we would still have an encampment response plan that wouldn't necessarily go away if we were to shift strategies.
And then would you say that there are costs also associated with police and fire? Well, we can't provide those numbers, but there would be costs associated with police and fire for that?
Certainly, yes, and we don't have those numbers here today as administration.
All right. And then the report also states that when encampments are decommissioned, it creates stress and uncertainty and substantial impact on residents. What metrics do we use to track the outcomes for these individuals, if any? For example, do we know how many successfully are connected with other resources or housing versus how many folks are simply just displaced to another location in the city?
Through the chair, Mr. Slater.
Through the chair, so the connection to service, as most councillors we've discussed before, our street team from our end, the Regina street team is our first point of contact. That organization keeps its own data set, but as far as the actual connection into housing or another service, Coordinated Access Regina keeps that data. That's not data that the city owns, so it's data that they have that is connected to the Reaching Home program.
And then when we were talking about the cost of decommissioning encampments, you mentioned primarily public property because that's what we can speak on. But could you talk a little bit about how that works in private property? I know we don't have the cost because that's incurred by the private landowners, but we do see tent communities both in private and public property. So could you speak about the private side of it if you have any information?
Through the chair, Mr. Killeen, please.
Through Madam Chair, so yeah, the cost for private property encampments is a little different. We wouldn't have a direct cost and honestly a direct role as the city. Private property encampments are the responsibility of the private property owner, where bylaw enforcement would have a role is actually in enforcement of the individual bylaws, most notably through the community standards bylaw. So if a property is in violation of the community standards bylaw, bylaw would be issuing orders to the property owner, and if they don't comply with those owners, they would be there would be remedies that would basically the city would undertake and put them on the property taxes.
All right, thank you for that. And just one last question through the chair. Our current encampment response committee involves multiple departments, as you've mentioned, and multiple community stakeholders. and external partners, can you please give us a sense of the human resources involved in all of this? Things like how much staff time on a weekly or monthly basis is dedicated to this response?
Through the chair, Mr. Slater, please.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the Encampment Response Committee, typically there's one or two staff from city administration that attend this meeting. Since last fall, we've been hosting this meeting with sector partners from the health region, fire, police, etc., nonprofit groups every week, once a week for approximately 2 hours. So it's about 2 hours a week for a meeting to discuss sometimes current encampment response or longer term strategy or just different collaborative efforts.
All right. Thank you for that. That's it for now. I'll just have more in closing.
Okay, I've got Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. So the report indicates we know the response is insufficient. We heard that there's regular meetings and then that there'll be a report back in Q4. So just want to make sure I understand the next steps. So to continue to develop the encampment response in advance of Q4, what all will we be doing?
Thank you, through the chair. So the work that we are going to be undertaking, or that we are undertaking currently to advance this report that is coming, is really to do a review of the plans that we currently have that are approved by council, the plan to end homelessness, the community well-being plan, do some jurisdictional review, and really help define the city's role in houselessness. And within that, then we would be bringing council recommendation about what that role would look like, and also outlining the strategy for the encampment strategy as well.
Is there any part of the plans about connecting with other municipalities to see what their best practices are?
That would be the jurisdictional review.
Okay. So I know that we engage with and rely on the street team. What will be done to engage with community and grassroots organizations outside of the street team? Is there any plans for that?
Through the chair, I'm going to refer this question to Ms. Burton. It'll be her team that's doing this work.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll refer it to Mr. Slater.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Absolutely, I think it was indicated in the report, but if not, certainly, we would want to have significant consultation with other nonprofit service providers working within the homelessness sector. Certainly the voices of those with lived experience and the grassroots groups who are doing excellent programming frontline as well. We want to hear from those folks as well too. So I would commit to that.
How does that look though? Like, is that to be determined? Like,
absolutely,
okay.
Yeah.
And then is there a different encampment? So this is our encampment response. Is it different in the summer or winter? And I'm sure we don't encounter encampments as much in the winter, but is the response different?
Through the chair, this is the same committee. So we have the Encampment Response Committee, and we also have the Extreme Weather Committee as well that does meet yearly as well, and would respond to different issues around climate change, whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold. As you're aware, certain strategies that have come out of that have been funding for Carmichael to do overnight shelter and items like that. So two separate committees, but both committees operate year-round.
And so when we get the report back in Q4, because we'll be in the midst of winter, will there be a report in relation to, like I would say the encampment responses, we think about that more as a summer issue. So will we also be talking about, and in the winter, because it's Q4, here's what we're doing or will be doing differently?
You please try to speak in your microphone.
Okay, did you hear me? Okay.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely.
Okay. My question was just if we would be talking about our winter response, and the answer is yes. And then I think my final question is, how does, I guess like some of these service providers work regular business hours. So as we're continuing to develop our plans, will that also address, what about on, outside of regular business hours, evenings and weekends, how the needs of houseless people are going to be addressed? Like how we can continue to ensure that their needs are also being addressed outside of regular City of Regina operating hours?
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say at this point in time, they already are being addressed outside of regular city working hours, and I think as part of our roles and responsibilities are defined, and then our strategies that come forward would incorporate that same type of approach.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Okay. Next, I have Mayor Peepeekisis.
Thank you, and thank you for the work so far to date on this. Just a quick question on data. You'd mentioned the street team keeps their own data and coordinated access has their own data. Is there an opportunity to share that data to help inform as we further develop our strategy and apply resources?
Through the chair, Mr. Slater, please.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Regina Street Team, I would say we have more access to data through our collaboration and partnership with that organization. The coordinated access Regina data is tied to the community entity, Namarin Housing, which ultimately is tied to the federal program. So there are steps there to gather data, and there's sort of a governance process for asking for new data, whether it's number of individuals currently on a by names list at this time of year versus this time of year. We can access that, but it has to go through an approval process through a committee.
Well, if there's anything we can do to help break some of those silos, let us know, but thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions from councilors? Okay, I have some questions. I was wondering with our encampment thing, and this is sort of related, if there is a separate area for the sort of indigenous sacred ceremonies and the federal rights for that. So I know across the country there's different rights for when there's sacred ceremonies and things federally. And if that is also incorporated within our encampment strategy, and if that has been consulted through.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer this question to Mr. Slater.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I would say this is a utmost priority for the city as we develop new plans, as we have in the past with our community safety well-being plan and other strategic plans. Certainly it's a priority to work internally with our Indigenous Relations department, and by way of that engagement with our Indigenous owned operated organizations and folks in community. So that will be a priority.
Okay, yeah, just to clarify, I think there's just a different rights, and this is something to look into legally for that. For sacred ceremonies and things. I don't know the details, I just know of it. And then, again, with the Indigenous part in this report, and I think you just kind of touched on it, I think it's super important to have the Indigenous consultation because of the impact due to the systematic social economic factors in the healing. So I think that's really important to include as we do this. And same with disabilities, as that's also disproportionately related. So I wanted to highlight both of those, and thanks for your work on that. And as we are talking about the data, I think it would be interesting to talk to the provincial government and mental health and addictions, because and align our data collection. Because if we do go through the because it's all collected, it's with the Canadian healthcare indicators. They have a whole area on it, actually, that CIHI.ca, so that's the indicators for things. But I know that they collect the numbers on how many people have been, the cost savings from deferring our hospitals being used as houseless shelters or homeless shelters, and having those numbers, and those would be really great to give back to the provincial government, and to show everyone what the actual cost savings is with money, even for not putting the stress onto our medical system. So when we're looking at our key numbers there, our KPIs, to look into that aspect too. And I know that there's a good start on that nationally and provincially to go into, which I would love to see more on. But I think other than that, great. I'm glad to see this, and thank you for all your hard work on this. Any other questions from anyone? Oh, yeah, Councillor Rastovich.
Through the chair, just, I guess, the numbers went from, say, 250 for homeless or houseless up to over 800. Do we know where that extra 600 people came from? And I guess kind of going off Councillor Turnbull's sort of question, or some of the stuff you're asking about data, because that falls on the city. And obviously that influx is a lot for a city to take on. And wondering if we've ever thought, like, again, approaching the provincial government, saying, you know what, we're seeing this influx of, homeless, houseless, drug addiction, et cetera, coming into our city, and we're being asked to look after it. Like, do we know, like, are those extra numbers of people all coming from, outside rural areas in Saskatchewan? Are they coming from out of province, or, where are they all coming from? Do we know that?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we're in constant conversation with the province, as well as our other service providers within the city. I'm not sure that we have the specific numbers on, where exactly folks are coming from, whether they're, we know there's lots of different reasons for houselessness. COVID had a big impact, the opioid crisis, the cost of living in general. So at the end of the day, these folks are part of our community and residents of our community, and so we're working to find the best solution that works for the city of Regina.
They're part of our community, but they're coming from somewhere. And we're expected as a city to take this all on. So I guess anyways, if you don't know the answer, I get it. But anyways, we can leave it at that, but it's just kind of wondering where, does it go to 1,000 next, from people coming in from other parts of the country, or coming from outside rural areas, or, et cetera. I don't know. Anyways, this guy was kind of wondering if we had that kind of data.
Through the chair, we do know that houselessness has increased in pretty much every major city across the country. I don't know if we have specific data on, where people are from, or not. I don't believe we do, actually.
Okay.
Any further questions? Any further questions from anyone? Okay, now to Councillor Flores to close.
All right. Thank you. Through the chair, just want to add, administration's own report tells us that, and as it was just mentioned, that recorded homelessness in our city has increased by about 255% since 2015. And it's happening across Canada, and I think what that's telling us is that the status quo is not working. This is expensive in so many ways to our healthcare, to fire, police, but the human life, I think, it's what I would like for all of us to focus and think about when we think about dealing with this issue outside of the dollar cost of this. Because we're spending significant city resources, from bylaw to parks to our partners, people who are doing unpaid work, trying to support folks in our community. And what I've noticed is that this cycle of enforcement and cleanup is just not really solving the problem. And as I said, the real cost is the human cost. And as our own report says, this process creates stress and uncertainty and substantial impact in our residents. And I think that's something that can't go unseen. I think if we care about our residents, we need to care about all of our residents. And the approach that we currently have disrupts connections with outreach workers. It makes it harder for people to get the help they need. And I think we have an opportunity to find better options that produce better and more humane results, and for the time and effort that we're already investing. I think these options can create stable environments where outreach can be effective, where people can be safe, and we can start to break the cycle while we work towards a long-term goal in permanent housing. So with that, I would like to move to refer this to, and I'm sure I need to put that up. And the ask is that City Council refer this matter back to administration to research and report back to the Executive Committee at its November 12th, 2025 meeting with options for an improved encampment response strategy, and include information on the following: a review of best practices from other Canadian municipalities, included but not limited to recommended locations for designated encampment sites, operational models and community partners, estimated capital and operating costs, and required bylaw amendments and proposed community engagement plan. As well, remove MN 25-6, homelessness crisis from the list of outstanding items, and approve this recommendation at its meeting on July 30th. Or I think that's, sorry, no, August 30th. August 27th, correct? Yeah. There we go.
This is similar to the last table motion where there is not a debate, there's just a vote on this item. So we will be voting on this. We'll have administration put it up so we have some time to absorb and call the vote. And we will have an opportunity to debate this at the council meeting next week. So I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
What do you mean debate? There's no debate. This is a referral motion.
I have a point of.
Okay, point of order with Councillor Zakiniak.
Can you move down to point 3? Why would we approve it? Like if we're referring it, because like with my motion, there we're just referring it to September 27th. So why would we have to approve referring this next week?
I will get the clerk to comment.
Through you, Chair. So yes, my apologies in error. This can be debated because what has been moved here, if the acting deputy clerk can just move up to the top here. It is recommending that City Council refer this matter back to administration. So that would mean that this committee is recommending to City Council next week that they refer this matter back to administration to report back to the November 12th Executive Committee meeting on these action points.
Okay. So then I guess my question to the mover is is that your intent, that you want it to go for, like, this is just a recommendation that goes to council next week, or is your intent to simply refer it to that meeting right now?
Through the chair, executive committee doesn't have the authority to direct administration just to go forward and do work. So that's why it needs to go to administration or to city council for them to give administration that directive.
Okay, however, in the referral motion that just passed in relation to buses, we just, like, it didn't talk about it going forward to the meeting next week. So is that happening, or, like, so I just need some clarity because now I'm confused.
Through the chair, that item is slightly different because you're not asking administration to do additional work. You're just deferring that rather than executive committee making a recommendation to council, you're just referring the matter directly to council to make the decision at their
Right.
September meeting.
Got it. Okay, it's clear to me now. Thank you.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to call the vote. Okay, Councillor Bizo, did you have a question?
And that would have to be on this motion.
If we can ask questions on this, if anyone had a question and wants to ask a question. No, okay, we will go to the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, now we have a resolution for the private session. Can I have someone move a motion to take this in private? Councillor Siklis. Any opposition? No? All right, that's carried.